hello, everybody out there in the YouTube world and in the chat, and say hello to those of you that have migrated in here right at 9 o'clock exactly right now. We have more than our usual cast of characters because we have our infamous Mr. Chuck is here from Chuck Talks, and we've got Roy and Randall and Gustavo and some guy in a green shirt that's taking up most of the screen here. We got Mookie MC in here. We got Bob Our Photos is in the house, and we'll see how we grow here before we actually start the show. Um, there's not a huge amount of stuff that's been going on per se. Obviously, the Z63 is going to get talked about a lot, and we know they have their formal announcement and whatnot going on Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. So I'll be watching it if anything, just to let's see how the actual compares to 6 months of rumors, right? We'll see how close they got. Who knows? But as they say, we shall see. We shall see. And but I think it'll be interesting to see what the actual price point is, because some people have guessed that it could be as low as $2,200, which would be extremely affordable for theoretically what's going to be in that camera. I mean, I'm thinking more $2,500 range, but we shall see if it's lower, then that's great. That's just going to get more people to buy it as a second camera maybe, or get people finally switching over that have still been holding back because they don't want to can't afford to dish out the money for the Z8 or the Z9. So this is a camera that a lot of people have been waiting for way too long. So we shall see how it all pans out. And let's see. It's good to have Wayne in here. We haven't seen Wayne in a while. He was saying he was in Mongolia for a couple months, so he was having too much fun there.
When I was in Malaysia, was it Chiang Mai?
He's all over, man. I think Wayne is just gonna have to buy. You're just gonna have to get 3 houses, Wayne. Have one in each place.
That may be the case.
Because if they're all so good, I mean, hey, you're just gonna have to get a place in all 3 locations.
Exactly.
But do you have a favorite yet? Are you leaning one way yet, or no?
Well, Malaysia is the one we're leaning towards, but the whole immigration process and what they call it, the MM2H program, has been changed and it's changing. So I don't know if John's going to join us one. I think he's supposed to come on, but he's been sending me messages about some of the changes that have been occurring recently and the changes that they do in the process. How much money they want you to put in the bank. Now they're making it mandatory for you to have to buy property there before you could just get the visa for 5 years, reading for another 5 years, and then you can rent. But now they want you to buy as part of the process. So there's 3 states: mainland Malaysia, Sabah, and Sarawak. We're going to look at one of the other 2, but of course now the mainland government is a federal government, so they handle everything, and they're just shutting stuff down and as for the agents because there's been corruption and so on. So right now things are in limbo. So I'm we're over here. We'll wait and see. We have plans to travel back and hang out for a couple of months. And when we start the process, they said it should take up to a year for approval. So we'll see.
Wow. That's a long time.
It is.
Let's say hello to Terry. We got Terry. He says Melbourne down under. And we've got Albert in the house. So Albert, we got Chuck here. I'm sure you've noticed. So hey, say hi to Chuck. And it's good to have him here with the gang. And
Rakesh is
And
also
like I
in.
said, we haven't had Wayne here, so it's great to have Wayne back. It's been a while, and I'm sure. Yeah, Rakesh is in here. Let's see if we got anybody else I missed. But I'm sure. I mean, when we were talking last week, I mean, obviously the big conversation. You've got everybody, of course, everybody on the Canon front's waiting for the R1 and the R5.2 and supposedly July announcements for them, if you want to, believe that. And so in the meantime, Nikon's going to sneak out the Z6 III ahead of that announcement, and we've had at least three sets of specs that have come out, or rumored specs that have come out on the Z6 III, and we went over bullet by bullet every single one of them. I kind of combined them all from Nikon rumors and went over them last week, and I was talking to Tim, aka Mozman, was texting me a few minutes before the show, before I logged on, and I said, "Gee, there seems to be some discourse between the guy at Nikon Rumors and the folks at Petapixel, because he's kind of put out a statement not too long ago today about a leak coming out saying a confirmation of the Z6 III having 4K 120 capabilities. Now, originally the rumored specs was that was going to be 4K 120 cropped, so this just says 4K 120, and this was leaked from apparently a video that's going to come out by Petapixel around the same time as the announcement that Nikon's going to do. So, because there's also, they're saying that the camera was going to be able to do 6K, full frame 12-bit and RAW, and so we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, if it does 4K 120, that makes it a very competent camera for someone doing video for birding and wildlife. I mean, I shoot 4K 120 all the time, whereas the ZF, Nikon ZF, which I own and like very much, it only does 4K. It does 4K 30, but it does 4K 60 cropped. So it's at obviously a different price point. It's at a different level. So if the Z6 III does 4K 120, it's gonna, and the price is what they're rumoring the price to be. I think people will be really happy, because that could, if they implement an Expeed 7 processor, which everybody expects, and if they put in all the autofocus technology and subject detection from a Z8 or a Z9 into it, it could definitely be a fantastic backup camera, even for wildlife. I mean, even their little teaser trailer they put out, they started off with wildlife. Wasn't expecting that. I mean, when they did that, to be honest with you, I expected them to be, doing street photography or stuff like that. So it was kind of interesting, and some of the snippets of the views of the camera. It appeared that it may have a shutter shield on it, and of course, it's rumored to have a better EVF, and it looks like it has pre-capture capabilities. And so it very well may surprise some of us that shoot a capable camera. I'm just curious.
Let me say something here. Obviously, that teaser trailer came on Monday. Okay.
Yeah.
I was expecting, like we did with the C9, correct, that we were going to see at least at least couple of more teaser trailers during the week prior next Monday. The fact that they didn't do it, they missed an opportunity, because they could have keep the people engaged through the week. Okay, So they miss an opportunity, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean there's really not. I mean, I guess there's a few released pictures from China, and the problem is, I mean, you can't even really see. I mean, the Z6 2 has the two function buttons on the front. You barely can tell it even has function buttons on the front in the picture that they show. I mean, I'm sure it's still two function buttons, but you
Yeah,
really can't see it very well.
they put a
Uh,
big lens.
they're being very, 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 very tight-lipped about it, and
Annoying.
yeah, it is a bit annoying. It's like, come on, darn well most people were expecting this. In worst case, the start of the first quarter, financial quarter in April, right? That's when most people were thinking.
It got delayed.
So what do you think, Chuck? More teaser trailers or not?
No, I think they're
Hmm.
just gonna play on it. I mean, the whole show the camera.
Okay.
Now, do you think? I mean, I know, Chuck, that you're probably very familiar with the rumored specs. If those rumored specs are true, and it's $2,500 or less, you think that that's going to be their next hot seller, or what do you think?
Well, I think I, I don't think they'll see it jump to 2040, 2500, but I don't know. You know, Con, uh, Ninecog has been very good with the pricing, and how long can they go on that? So we might see the pricing go to the to the 2500 dollar range,
Mm.
but I don't think it happened. I think they're going to keep it at 2,000 photo $2,000.
It's interesting to see that there's been commentary that 180 to 600 lens is going to have a price increase in certain parts of the world, which eventually would probably make its way to the United States, of course, as well. I mean, it may start in Europe or Asia, but eventually it works its way to the United States. we all get to share the pain when there's a price increase, but so that's interesting because some people have that lens in stock, but there's a lot of people that don't. It's been surprisingly in higher demand, I think, than they thought.
Should be. Good lens. Good value.
So Chuck, do you still believe there's going to be 33 megapixel rather than 24? What is your current opinion?
I still believe there'll be 33 megapixels. Well, you know what I mean.
Exactly. Wow. That
Well,
would be great.
what Simon calls it. He calls it megapickles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You notice that?
Yeah.
Every once in a while, he says megapickles instead of megapixels. He says megapickles.
You get
Yeah, I think he's been tired at
it.
nighttime when he messes up, and now that kind of becomes a thing, like Casey and what's it called, conspiracy theories with his Tony thing. So everybody's getting their little, buzzword for their channel.
But,
Well, if it's a megapickle, that means it's just a kosher camera. That's all.
but Chuck, you remember the discussion that you have with Andy? Remember from the UK?
Yeah.
So if we get the 33 megapixel, we have to make a point that Chuck was right.
Yeah. You got. Well. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
We'll
I
like them
kind of
around.
hope it is, but I don't know. I kind of hope it is. I mean, I know from a wildlife person perspective, you like to have that little extra finagling with cropping capability that you're going to get with that. But I don't know. I really, Nikon's being really tight-lipped. I'm surprised that. Now the guy, like I said, in Nikon rumors, and I don't remember the guy's name. I mean, Chuck probably knows the guy's name, but is definitely PO'd. That in some respects that Jordan and company, spilled the beans on the 4K 120. But it's like, hey, you don't know if these camera companies contact some of these early. The people that had these cameras early and may allow some of them to say one thing, before Tuesday comes intentionally, just to kind of get some attention. I don't know.
And Jordan, he's got a problem because his wife works for the camera store, and every so often she has an NDA and he has an NDA, and they can't compare notes. It's really interesting because they're in the same household, and Jordan says, "Oh, I gotta go someplace, and I'll be gone for and can't say what he's doing, and she's there almost in the same boat."
Actually, I don't mind they allowed the people that they gave the camera for review to tell they're reviewing the camera. Actually, I think that was smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing is that Richie was commenting that the sensor on the Z9 was closer to 50 megapixels, except that we can't use it all, or we don't have access to it. But it is bigger than 47.
IBIS cuts down a bit of your megapixels.
If
IBIS takes them
it,
away.
it will surprise me if they make it a 24 megapixel.
We got you doing pickle.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't believe that'll happen. I think it's going to be a 33 or 30-ish megapixel, however you say it.
Did you have pickles in the States? Yeah.
We have what?
Heinz pickles?
Yeah.
We just call them 33 Heinz instead. And we get rid of the pickle.
We got John just joined us. I was just going to say, John, I see John in the chat. And so now he's here live and in person. John, how you doing with your eye, my friend? We have no audio from you.
Oh,
I heard that.
No,
Oh,
still nothing. Your wife sabotaged your computer. I'm going to blame your wife for this. Isn't that what we have to do, Chuck? When something's not working right, we got to figure out who we can blame, because it's definitely not our fault.
yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that he has some issue with his cataract operation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
They put the wrong lens in his eye, and he had to have it corrected by another surgeon, and that's horrible.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
John, test your audio again.
Oops.
no, still no audio.
Yeah, no audio.
Oh, I had an update and it
Can you-
affected my audio too.
Okay.
What's that, Randall?
John said let him join again.
Okay.
Oof.
Yeah, he put the wrong That's incredible.
Thank
Put the wrong diopter lens in his eye. I mean, that's like crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, definitely crazy.
The yeah, Jeff and Leslie, I'll put up their comment here. This is kind of what people were saying. Compete with the A7. Z9 obviously competes with the A1. The Z8. Well, and you could say the Z8 could compete with the A1 as well, pretty much. I mean, obviously the 8 and the 9 can do 8K, but I mean, I don't know if now, Wayne, have you done any shooting with 8K?
Yeah, I actually have a couple of videos I posted. I shot some stuff when I was in Sarawak, going to investigate the MM2H program, and some low light things and so on it. I was just playing around with the whole range of stuff. I mean, it came out pretty good. It was a bit grainy because, of course, N-Log, I shoot in RAW, and I had to clean up the noise. I mean, the footage came out looking pretty darn good, but it took a lot of time, like weeks, to actually get everything done. But yeah, it can work. It was my fault because I wanted to use the low 2.0 because it was bright sunlight outside, and I
Yeah.
set it to auto ISO, but the camera was in aperture, not manual mode, and it never dropped down below 800.
Mm.
So daytime, I was like, why is the footage grainy? It should be at low 2.0. Because when I first tested it, when I was testing the Zeiss lens, I had used it at low 2.0 and it was like really nice and clean. In raw mode and then log, I'm like, yeah, this is nice. And I was trying to do the same thing in Sarawak, but I messed up.
So
But
so
the
so
video
Wayne,
itself came out looking
so,
good.
so Wayne, question there, and also for you, Jeff. So when you're shooting your video clips, correct, to making your
Hmm.
longer video, do you shoot? And I'm shooting the 4K 120, correct? Because I like for birds and that the slow motion. Do you? At this moment, I'm shooting everything on manual, correct? So I can
Okay.
control it. Is that typically what you guys do, or you use
I'm,
that?
I'm using auto ISO and shooting in manual.
Okay,
Hmm.
manual what I do. Yeah. I found sometimes that that is easy to do it fully manual and then change the ISO.
Yeah.
And I typically do that for photos, manual without the ISO. But in video, for me, since video, obviously you have to have something that you have a little bit more control. Then I go full manual. But is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
there's
will.
no wrong way. You just
Mm.
have to.
Right.
They just have this general rule of thumb that your shutter speed has to be twice your frame rate roughly. So if you're shooting 4K 120, you want to be at 2/50th of a second.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That's all. So other than that, yeah, you could shoot full manual and set the ISO yourself, or you could do auto ISO or whatever you want to do. I mean, I was shooting video when I was shooting video this week of the baby turns and things like that, and I was talking to my friend Bob about it just the other day. I got a little bit irritated, with the autofocus full frame setup, because sometimes what happens is, because it's basically focusing on whatever is closest, correct, in that mode, and sometimes that screws you up because you're trying to capture a certain thing, an element within a certain area of the frame, and then obviously if you know when you're talking a lot of birds that could just cross the path of your field of view, and all of a sudden what you're focusing on isn't focused on anymore right at a critical moment, that becomes very frustrating. So I'm experimenting shooting it, not shooting it in AFF mode. I'm shooting it in AFC mode,
Mm.
and that way I keep the focus point on the subject that I care about easier. Because once it drifts on you when you're in AFF mode,
You're done.
you're done. There's not much you could do about it. So I'm going to experiment more with some of the other autofocus modes with video. But I think if I've got granted, if I have a singular subject, it doesn't matter. I could put it in AFF. I'm not going to have any issues. But if I've got, dozens or hundreds of birds and everything's flying around and stuff's really active and whatnot, I mean, I'm going to do AFC mode for a while. And I've already done it a few times and have been happy with what I got using that mode. But time will tell. I haven't used it enough yet to say that's what I'm always going to use. I mean, that you have different modes for a reason, different scenarios represent different ways of doing it, and it's a lot of practice. And Wayne, obviously, I mean, he's used different camera brands and done a lot of different shooting with a lot of different camera brands and used a lot of different video settings, I'm sure. So, and you're always learning, right, Wayne? It doesn't stop.
Exactly, because I was going to suggest for, like, if you use AFF mode, you can still use the tracking, like just tap on the screen or whatever you want to get on. But if you have it up to your face, that's going to be a little bit harder to do. On a tripod, you can just, okay, I want this target, turn on the tracking by just tapping on the subject and then let it track everything through there. That's the way that I do that.
Okay. So I later on, after we do the general conversation, probably I would, when I share some photos related to Father's Day, I will which bird photos related to Father's Day. So don't think that I'm doing some people photography. Not yet. But I will share a couple of. I will try to share a couple of videos, so you guys can free to criticize on. These are not actually videos; these are clips, correct? That's supposed to be contribution to a. But I want your advice, guy.
So, Gustavo, your wife won't let you take her picture?
No. My wife run away from the camera.
Oh, wow.
I bet you we all have that same thing in common. My wife is just my wife would be like this.
Exactly.
She'd be, you're not taking my picture.
Exactly. All right, John, let's try your audio.
I want to say hi to Lynn, who came in here a little while ago. I didn't get a chance to say hi to Lynn. And Tim Mackin is in here. So, Tim, welcome to the show. And Drunk Wedding Photographer is in here. And so we've got, 30 people in here, which is great. And, we're all, I guess, holding our breath with great interest to see what happens on Tuesday when Nikon has the stage for the day. And to be honest with you, I'm very interested in not so much with the R1, because I think the R1 is going to be kind of a niche camera for sporting events, kind of like the A9 III is. I am interested in just from a technical standpoint, and just as liking all cameras, right? I mean, I'm interested to see what comes to fruition with the R5 too. Kind of interested to see what they're going to do there,
That's some interesting information about that.
Yeah, because they're talking about, the video is going to be so good on that they may not, have an R5C anymore or whatever, So you don't. It's going to be very interesting, but it is interesting of note to see that a lot of these hybrid cameras, I mean, they're really trying to. They're pushing the video big time, obviously, right? I mean,
yes.
And we know that there are some people that don't care about video, and that's fine. Everybody doesn't have to like video or want to do video. But it just seems like that is a big part of all these camera makers' marketing strategy now, whether it be to have customizable LUTs and things like that, things that you could download into your camera to do different types of grading on your video and select it, as you're going, and change it, and do all sorts of neat things. So it'll be interesting to see what the R52 is going to be able to do. I am kind of interested in, not per se buying the camera. Obviously, I'm too embedded into what I have, but still interested nonetheless.
I think it's a smart idea for them because we've been reading about people saying that camera phones are gonna basically kill off DSLRs at some point. I think by 2025 or something like that. That some Sony guy had said. So if the camera guys are getting smart and like, let's do some of this AI stuff and put it in our camera, give people things that they like, filters on the camera side, it's LUTs or picture controls or whatever the other brands call them, so you can make these things easy for people to use. It's the ease of use that get people to this thing, right? But people
So,
want a bit more control. So if you can give them that and the ease of use, like the Lumix, was it the S9? That's
What are you
something really
talking?
good. But,
You talking about this?
huh?
Talking about this is not the ease of the control.
The smartphone? For us,
No,
it
yeah,
isn't.
yeah.
When I give my wife the Z8 or the FX30 to work with, all I have to do is like just push the button and do this. When she's on her phone and I look at her footage when she's recording stuff, I can't get the kind of stuff that she does with the phone. But
But
some people are experts with these things more so than us who've been learning camera and want to get better controls. And I met a Russian guy when I was in Bali a couple was it back in 2022, and he was showing me all these things he was doing with his phone. I was like, "You can do all this stuff." I was like, "Yeah." He makes videos about it on Instagram and all these things. I'm like, I would have never thought that I could do all these things with a phone.
well,
I thought you need a camera for that stuff, but we're in a different mindset than those younger generations, and
that's true. Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean,
it, but
sound
this does not equal a camera. Okay.
not a professional camera, but they're pushing towards that level, and the people who know how to use it and
Well,
can make it work for
right.
them, yeah.
Well, when I say there, it doesn't agree. It does, but it takes more bucking pushing to get it right. But anyway, I'll be quiet.
It's an
no,
age generation thing as far as who uses it. Because you see, Apple makes a movie with that darn phone, and they show you can do all these things with the phone.
Well,
And there are
yeah,
people who are developing software to run these things. We
I,
come from a different generation where we're used to something different. We can change lens and so on. And of course, the other guys who are doing cinema movies, they look at FX3 and they want the Burano and they want the Komodo and all these other cameras because they, in their mind, is professional. And Apple's saying there's some, well, Apple, Samsung, and the rest of them are showing you that, yeah, our device can do this as well. They're not at that level yet because a lot of stuff that they're doing is software based. But now they're making these things with these periscope lenses inside the body where you can have optical zoom, not digital zoom. So there's a lot of things that they're doing that are pulling in the younger generation who don't want to spend the extra money for lenses and all these other different things. So I look at it from both sides since, I also have some younger people around me that are mentioning what they can do with the phone. Every time when I see these things, I was like, man. And even though a lot of times I go out with the phone in my pocket, I still don't shoot something because it's not first, it's not top of mind when I see something that let me pick up my phone and shoot. My wife will be doing it. I'm like, man, I wish I had my camera. She goes, you have your phone.
hello.
there.
You got it.
Hey, John.
hey, John, we hear you good now, man. When you're,
Okay.
When in doubt, use your phone, man.
you're not making Chuck happy with that statement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you right now. But it's somehow or another I can't turn I click it and it's still
Interesting.
Unplug it
The
and plug it back in.
I think it's the internal mic he's trying.
No, it's fine. Just on the app, you see the mark's got a red cross
Yeah.
on and off. Well, it won't turn on when I click it. So,
It's not connected.
oh well. Never mind. Then I can walk around.
We got
Yeah.
Andre. Andre's here. Good to see you, my friend. I enjoy your comments. Albert, this is, I mean, I didn't notice this because, to be honest with you, I don't watch a lot of, oops, I hit the wrong one here. Sorry, Tim. Albert's saying, has anybody caught wind of Jaron Poland's negative remarks about fellow YouTube personality Kay Long? I myself did not, because I don't. I maybe watch a Jared video once a year.
Yeah, it's a once in a while thing, but why would he even do that? I don't know. I'd have to go look for that to see what's going on there.
Yeah.
Probably just after click.
Okay, long.
Yeah.
You meet with? Oh, come on.
Kay is a legend.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on.
Unless he's talking about Robin Wong. Or
Like I said, like I said, Nikon Rumors, the guy there definitely has a bone to pick with Petapixels, and I was talking to Tim earlier, like I said, and Tim says, well, he doesn't like that they steal his information, but then again, pretty much I'll say up front, this is from Nikon Rumors. I give the guy credit for what I throw out there, and I don't try to take credit, and I don't say that I have contacts, because I have no contacts. I'm just sharing an observation of something else that was out there from someone else, and give the guy or whoever it is, give them their due, for their commentary.
YouTube drama.
If Jeff and Leslie are still here, I want to show them something. I'm always bugging Jeff and Leslie whenever I show me macro photos or images with flowers in it, and of course I always go to Jeff and Leslie and I say, okay, guys, tell me what flower. So I went to a Audubon sanctuary in South Carolina on Thursday, and I picked up a Wildflower of the Carolinas field guide. So finally, I may be able to name a few of these flowers that I take pictures of once in a while, instead of saying it's just a flower, or it's like Z-Wade, the bird is a pigeon. Every bird's a pigeon, and for me, every flower is just a flower. So now I have a little power in my hand, and I could become very dangerous now. Watch out.
But if everything fail, then you can go to Jeff and Leslie.
Yeah.
Hey, Albert.
Somebody got some noise in the background. The lady chatting.
There we go.
Okay.
So yeah, Jeff. I finally broke down and spent some money.
What did Kai or what did daggone it?
Jared?
Yeah.
I don't know what he said.
This guy, talentless hack. He's a stack.
Well, he all I could say with Jared, and all I'm gonna say is, he takes a lot of his shots in the same places all the time. Certain baseball parks or different events or whatever, and that's fine, but I don't think anybody should be calling anybody a hack. If you're out there and you're doing the best you can with your camera, you're not a hack. I don't care if you just bought the camera last 2 days ago. You're a learning photographer.
You don't say something like that around.
There's no reason to say something like that. It's just
not to Kai.
No.
Anyway, he must be upset with him.
It's always an ego thing with a lot of people when they go after folks like that. It's you judge people as humans. We judge people based upon our own experience, and that's a natural thing. Not many people can look at things from the other side and see what's going on. And if somebody doesn't match up to what their expectations are, then you're below them or a hack or whatever you want to call them. That's a normal human thing. But I think in YouTube there is something out there that with
But you
terms and conditions about not
you
bashing
you
other.
don't see that.
Uh,
You don't, you don't see that with when you're talking about Kai. I mean, come on.
they should be seen into about anybody. According to what I'm reading the terms and condition, you shouldn't be bashing other creators. But of
No,
course, YouTube doesn't have somebody who's watching everybody's video to hear what's going on. So unless somebody reports it, not much is going to come about that, other than a lot of back and forth in the comment section.
Yeah.
So this happens on multiple channels. It's just what it is.
Well,
yeah, it's not necessary. It doesn't help the community to go after anybody. I mean, or try to create. My mom used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say anything about someone, then you don't say nothing. Just keep your mouth shut. There's something to be said for that. You don't have to tell the world you don't like a certain person. You don't have to tell, and especially, you got a certain amount of viewers, you got a certain amount of people that come to your channel. They don't need to hear you. It's okay to have it. It's okay to have a disagreement on a technical or a feature of a camera and why you may not like it and they think it's great and you don't think it's great, and that's fine to have a difference of opinion, but you can always do it in a civil way. You don't have to turn it into a personality attack on somebody's personality. That's just not cool, not needed.
It isn't, but people do it, and for some folks, they like that, and that's why they gravitate towards certain channels because of that kind of behavior.
It's different for Pro, man.
Well, it just seems funny. It seems like more recently there's this, especially with anything to do with rumors. I mean, everybody wants to be first. Everybody's fighting to be first. I said it 5 minutes before you did, or I got that right. I was right. Ha ha ha. I was right. It's like, well, yeah, good.
well,
You're gonna be able to buy a new car because you were right, or you talked about it half an hour before the other guy. I mean, come on.
yeah, like
Enough.
Kai and Rishi know each other, so I would be a bit surprised that Kai has some inside information that Jared doesn't.
Yeah.
Sort of, because I've
Well,
seen Kai and Rishi on the same video.
I'm still somewhat surprised that Nikon endears him with product when he had such a long period of time where he really couldn't come up with anything nice to say about him for so long. He was pretty demonstrative, and yet he still gets stuff to review. It's like, whatever. I mean, obviously, you got a lot of subscribers. You have a lot of pull. You have a lot of people watching you. So I just question sometimes. Surprise the hell out of us. Some of you camera companies give a new camera to someone nobody ever heard of before, and then interview them afterwards and put that on your show, on your website, and say nobody knows this guy. He never had a camera. Never had a digital camera, and we did some classes with him, and we gave him this camera and we let him loose, and here's what he did. And why not do something like that? It doesn't have to be people who are famous or think they are.
I would say that I've seen some videos from Nikon about 8 days with a camera, and there are people that we are not used to seeing, and I think they're actually starting to do that already. Because I've even seen some young people put in like what they call the shorts on about the
Yeah.
Z6 III. They tried it out and so on, and even though I thought that would be against the rules to say that before, you actually are was an embargo date. So other people that we've never seen before, and I mean, we know the algorithm doesn't drive everything to us based on what we're watching. I've seen stuff in a while. I may search for something and say, "Hey, I don't know this person. Let me hear what they're saying," when they come up in the list. And it seems, at least in my mind, that they're focusing more on the younger generation. So they're giving those cameras to people who are up and coming. They have a different audience than people that we would have normally viewed, and those people are doing their own review on these channels and putting out information about Nikon. Some of them want to talk as if they've been shooting Nikon for years. And I remember one lady that came across the channel, and everybody was like kind of dinging her and saying, "You can't say that she had a camera for like a week." And it's like, you didn't even read the manual, but you're saying all these things about the camera. It's like parroting what some of the other negative stuff that's been coming from the other channels are. And then she admitted, "Well, that's true. I didn't really look at this. I didn't know how this worked." I'm like, "Well, yeah, you can't say you don't like it because you spent like a week with it and you don't know how to use it." That was the ZF she did a review on.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
some
that's
people
the problem in general is that, and in all fairness to even some well-regarded content creators, in how many times, well, even like take someone I think we all respect, Steve Perry, quite a bit. Lots of times they'll give Steve a camera or a lens or something, and they'll say, "You got a day and a half with it, and we got to follow you around wherever you go."
Yeah.
Realistically, you could. That's when, you come out with a first impressions video type of thing, but you can't really give it a thorough review until you've had it, and you've taken 1,000 shots with it or whatever. You've tried it, and and with a camera, you've tried out a lot of the settings and a lot of different functions and a lot of the specialized stuff, and and then you could feel that you're somewhat qualified to do a quote unquote a real review on something. But a lot of these things, like we all know, come Tuesday, as soon as that Nikon announcement is over, there will probably be a minimum of 50 Z6 III videos flooding the YouTube airways right after that. There's no doubt. And
well, we're already seeing people already put their live stream up, and some people, Petapix, for example, already put their thing about at 8:01 they're going to have their video go out, and some people watch that before even watching the Nikon stuff. I want to see what Nikon has to say about their camera before I want to look at what the people.
There's no ends and ifs and what about a camera, and people can say whatever they want to, and just because they only have the carry camera for one day, it's a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm hoping
you
these guys.
can't put a lot of weight on that,
Yeah, and he
a one day use.
And you make that statement and then drive on.
Yep.
But the sad thing is,
Film just gave me 100, GF100.
I don't want to see that.
That's a sight I don't need to see.
What did John? What did you say?
oh my God.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John. Sorry.
Joe.
I used that 500 because you gave it to me, right? A couple of days. In 2 days, how can I make some considerations? And I posted on Facebook, and I got a lot of
So, but
that. Why didn't shoot the lions and the cheetahs? I'm like,
Hey, Dave, I think your side, your mic has some background noise. Dave Stewart?
Yeah,
There's
John,
some-
it's like they think, okay, yeah, you're 5 minutes away from a safari, and then the same day you're going to do portraits with it, and then you're going to do a wedding the next day, and
Well, this is what I need with a lot of people. They get up for a few, whatever, and make a view on it. And I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
but there's
I won't
nothing.
say it's sarcastic up north, you know.
There's
And, the from my comments on this type of stuff. If you own it, man,
yeah, but I mean, you can
you gotta
throw
own
it all.
you gotta buy it. You can't lend it. You gotta buy it. You take your buy it. It's mine. If I throw the trash, mine.
Yeah.
Yep. Hello, Joey.
Hey, Joe.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Welcome,
Hey,
Joe.
two Canadians are better than one.
Speak of the people. Mate, I got.
Oh yeah, there, John. You got to own it.
I
Talking
don't
about
know. I got there in Bellingham.
oh yeah, the Americans love coming up and they have 2 Canadian brewskis and that's it for them because we don't water down our beer. We're so sorry.
Oh,
I'm kidding. I've had some really good micro draft from the US. It's the same everywhere. Whatever is Fortune 500 made is always watered down, and whatever is unique and special is always a little bit stronger and packs a little bit more of a punch.
They still make Molson's Golden Ale.
Oh yeah.
Is that still around?
Oh yeah, Molson Canadian, 100%.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I used to drink that when I was much younger. When I was younger than you, Joe, I drank that.
Oh my! So you weren't legal? I'm kidding. No, I'm not that young. I wish.
Yeah, I know. You're only 16, Joe. You're only 16.
Exactly.
yeah.
There we go.
Young whippersnapper.
You only have 18 in Canada, not 21.
Exactly. So what are we talking about? You guys talking Z63 or?
We're kind of just meandering through the what we're anticipating on Tuesday and talking a little bit about some things that have been said by certain people and YouTube community in general and
Tuesday.
Monday.
Tuesday.
Is it Monday or Tuesday?
Monday.
It's
Monday.
Yep.
Monday
Yeah.
Monday,
for Wayne.
for Nikon.
Wayne and
Monday night.
For you
Monday night.
guys, you'll know before us.
Right? There you go. The first one off the block.
There you go. You could be first, and you could say you're first.
Yep.
You're first, and your opinion is the only one that matters, John. That's what you got to tell them.
Absolutely. I want to be the first loser.
It's going to be the same exact time.
You think there's more cannabis coming out?
Huh?
Well, in July they supposedly we don't know per se coming out, but in July the R1 and the R52 are going to be talked about. I think the R52 is definitely going to come out significantly earlier than the R1 will.
Oh, and no, any Nikon cameras, anything else? Okay.
Well, no talk about it because you got to wonder. You got to wonder. Hey, we always had the Z7 following the Z6, and you're going to have a Z7 III show up. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody's
They're not
talking.
going to make an announcement for one camera and release 2. That's for
A
sure.
whole lot of cameras on there on the to-do list.
Well, yeah, everybody wants a Z52, a Z50 Mark II, and the
Z30.
a pro level APS-C camera, a Z90 or whatever you want to make it up to be called. And you're not hearing a hell of a lot of anything other than if we were to make it up and talk about it now,
Yeah.
Look at that in the text. Kevin Nonstrom say that he bought his first Nikon camera. He bought a CF. Yeah.
ZF?
Kevin bought a CF. He said,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So Kevin,
You'll
I
like
see what happened there. You got the ZF instead of getting the what were they bashing you for? The R6 or R7? He put a thing on YouTube the other day saying some people were bashing him. He got hate mail because he got like an R6 or it was an R7, and they think he should have bought the R5 Mark II. And I'm like, well, the camera's not even out yet. It's his own money. He can spend it for what he wants.
Who cares?
Right.
I mean, he
why
can buy whatever he
does
wants.
everybody worry about what I buy or you buy? What it doesn't, you get what suits you. What do you care about everybody else for, right?
Yeah, like love your
just like
gear.
we're
Like
talking
it
about
doesn't really
earlier.
matter, right? If you take good photos, then that's all that matters, right? Like if someone wants to give you feedback on a photo you took, or is like, hey, this is a little underexposed, maybe you could do this and this. Like, cool, that applies to all cameras. But yeah, to your point, like what you shoot with, it shouldn't make you hate other people and what they shoot with. Like let's all just love our gear. And I mean, Panasonic, we're in kind of a similar position as well, right? Like we got the G7, the G9 that came out, and then the S9, but everyone's kind of waiting for that next high res body, right? Like S1R2, let's get that phase detect autofocus into the higher res body. And I mean, I'm stoked. I'm borrowing an S1R here in the next couple of weeks from Panasonic, and it'll be fun to shoot with. But I'm gonna be kind of concerned about the autofocus. Like I'm looking forward to seeing how that differs to my S5 too, because I have no issues with the focus there. But I think for landscape it'll be all right. But for anything else I shoot, it might be a little bit tougher.
Yeah,
Congrats, man. It's an older camera, but it still gets a lot of attention. S1R, S1H. Yeah. Let us know how to
definitely.
turn it out.
Yeah, manual focus for sure. I think like I'm just going to dial it in and kind of shoot some wide, panorama style images. I really want to see how the high resolution sensor works and cropping and stuff. I think that's going to be kind of the premise of it for sure.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a true statement here. Tim's calling out, if you irregardless of the brand, if you've got quote unquote their flagship camera, you don't necessarily get amped up too much about the lower end stuff when it comes out, unless you're looking for, a second body for something like the ZF for street photography. I mean, that's exactly why I bought the ZF for street photography, for, general purpose photography, and, and somewhat of a backup if I don't need 45 megapixels for that subject matter. I can use it as a backup camera as well. But I'll be interesting to see what the Z6 III has and see how it compares to a Z8. The price point. What are you going to get in a Z8 that you don't get in a Z6 III, and really do a line by line comparison. And if there's if they're pretty darn close and you can save a lot of money, then hey, a Z6 III. At least the way they're starting off their advertising campaign, very well may be an alternate backup to for someone doing wildlife shooting. You never know. I'm not going to rule it out.
As Chuck said before, when the C8 was coming, correct? He expected the C8 to have some features that are better than the C9. Well, we should expect the C6 III to have some features that reflect what Nikon is doing now. So it should be some aspect that is going to be better than the C8 and the C9. Some aspect. Okay?
David Stewart's correcting me that we actually have 3 Canadians here because Anita's near him, but she's hiding, not showing herself on the camera. I see a hand. See, that's Anita's hand, everybody. So you could tell it's Anita's hand.
Oh.
So I'm going to give an idea to Kevin. Now that he bought that CF for street photography, he should do one of his reflection, meditation videos in an urban environment with his pipe, using the CF, doing street photography.
You got Robert resurrected his Nikon D3100. I hope you didn't have to do mouth to lens resuscitation.
Get foggy.
Yeah, you have a foggy lens. And
Yeah.
Jeff, and like I said, we got everybody in here that Mr. Stewart has multiple brand cameras and multiple cameras of the same brand from different eras that he uses. And Jeff and Leslie, made the leap over to Canon, and they're having a good time and they're having good luck with what they bought, and well and good, right? Nothing wrong with that at all. It's what is good for you, and everybody's hands are different sizes. In terms of one camera that for me might not work ergonomically because I got kind of long, fairly big hands, but not huge, but fairly big hands. But to somebody else, that same camera that I may not work for me works perfect for them. Like, so there may be a wrong camera for you because of whatever reasons, hand size or weight, or whatever. Maybe you got a bad neck, you can't have a heavy camera hanging on the strap, you have to get something lighter, you get something smaller, whatever the case may be. But there's a right camera out there for everybody, and that's why we should be excited of the competition, because when somebody comes out with something new, it makes everybody else step up to the plate, and they do something they do something better too. If you only had one or two camera companies, they don't have a big reason to really make too many advancements, right? If they have a lock on the market, why make changes, right? The only thing that's going to force them is if the cell phones keep getting better.
Yeah, well, and the other thing as well is it depends on how big your wallet is, right? I mean, every camera company has got, entry level to prosumer to flagship, but even within that sphere, the entry level camera sometimes isn't going to be a price bracket that some people can get into. Like for me, obviously, I was waiting for the Z6 III. I was like, come on. But my Z6, when I bought it, I think I got it for $1,000 off eBay. Like I had already bought it used, high shutter count. Like that was a barrier of entry for me to full frame at the time, right? But the Z6 at that point used was really good value. So seeing how they priced the ZF, I'm still happy with my choice. I think the Z6 III is going to be a good price for what they offer and what it can do. But even comparing that to the price of getting an S5 II or S5 IIX used, it still would be something for me, at least, that would be a little bit cost prohibitive. Is the Z6 III probably going to have more features than my S5 II? 100%. And I'm totally happy wearing that, right? But I think for someone that's trying to get a hybrid camera that can do lots of stuff but won't break the bank, Panasonic cameras are always just going to be a little bit lower on the totem pole in terms of how much they cost comparatively to some of the other bigger brands.
Well, I guess you're going to tell me I'm poking fun at Panasonic, and I had a Panasonic Lumix camera, so I'm not. I had one and I liked it, but they got too hung up on that depth from defocus focusing scenario and waited too long to get into the phase detect stuff, and that hurt them a lot. Because people just could not. One, they either didn't understand their focusing technology, or they just didn't like it. I mean, obviously it was not as fast, it was not as accurate as a phase detect autofocus system, because eventually they did switch to that. But hanging on. Sometimes you hang on to something, and every manufacturer will do it. Sometimes you hang on to something because in your mind, you feel it's good and it makes your brand different or whatever, and you hang on to it too long, and you're not quick to admit that you should have went a different way, and every manufacturer does that, right? I mean, look at we could talk about something other than cameras and say, well, look what happened to Betamax versus VHS, right? So you hang on, you insist that the other one's better and the other one didn't make it. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes
100%, Jeff. Well, yeah, I agree. Like the old contrast-based autofocus was something that stopped me from wanting to switch to Panasonic. But I'm almost happy they didn't switch because that kept the price on the Face Tech cameras low once they implemented it, right? Like I was surprised how good the autofocus was. And I mean, the Z6 obviously was a much older camera than the S5 II, so the S5 II should have better autofocus in that camera because it came out much later. But I didn't have to fight my camera anymore, right? And I've used an old G6 with shooting, and I used to find I had to struggle with the autofocus. If the lighting was really good and my subject was right there, okay, cool. Like it's not going to pulse too much. But if I had difficult lighting scenarios, yeah, it was like one of those things where it's like I had to kind of wrestle the camera. And that's the thing I found with my Z6 was I would sometimes count on the autofocus to just pick it up, but it didn't work. So when I went to the S5 II, I was like, oh, I don't have to think about this anymore. It just magically works and everything's in focus and I don't have to reshoot things. So yeah, no, but I do agree. I think that was something that they held on to for a little too long. And maybe it's because they couldn't afford to get a new patent or something. I don't know. But, I think now that they have switched over, I think it's going to do a lot for people that maybe haven't switched and maybe want to just because of the lower price point.
Well, I don't know. Let me see if I could find my notes here. Kevin, good to see you, my friend. We haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you're doing well. You're going to love the ZF. I mean, I really enjoy using it. I took it with me. I went to what they call the Beadler Forest, which is in South Carolina, Audubon Sanctuary, where you have 1,000-year-old cypress trees and black swamp area. Although there wasn't a lot of water there, it was, this time of year, I guess, other than when you got you walked like 1.5 miles to get to the end of a walking path that they had, it was all wooden. And then you finally hit a body of water. But it was cool to see these old trees. So any of the shots I took of the forest part, I used my ZF for that with my 24-120 f4. And then, of course, I had my Z9 with me with the 600 PF that I used for whatever birds I could get. And birds were a little bit of a shortage on this trip, partly because they didn't have a lot of water in there because of the time of the year, which I wasn't aware of. It got recommended to me by someone who was lived in Connecticut that I met at the park down here in South Carolina, who highly recommended it. And I could see it being like anywhere else, you could go to some place 3 days and have two days that are kind of a bust and one day that's phenomenal. So it was kind of a day that, we got a young barred owl. Got some nice shots of a barred owl, so that was a plus. Got some shots for the first time of a juvenile yellow-crowned night heron in a nest, which I've never gotten one in a nest before. Got a nice shot of a adult yellow-crown near one of the cypress trees, the roots of the cypress trees, and then on the way out, got this guy. You know what that is, Gustavo?
Well, a warbler, and then you mentioned the
prothonotary warbler made a very brief appearance, and we were able to get a few shots of that. So, I mean, it was an okay day, but we literally, and I think my friend Bob made a comment earlier on in the chat. We pull into this place, and there's really no per se parking lot. It's like you pull in and there's like an opening in the forest that fits a car. And then a little bit over, there's another opening in the forest that fits another car. And all those in New England, what we call, and Chuck knows what these are, what we call horse flies, were everywhere. Pulled in with the car, hundreds of them, horse flies all around our side view mirrors, like trying to get in the car. And we're sitting in the car. We're like, do we want to just turn around and leave? Because you know, they're all over, sticking all over the windows of the car. And it's like, this isn't looking good, man. And so I turned the car off. We sat there for a few minutes, and they dissipated. And we made it into the building. We just wanted to check in quick, and you know, I had online tickets or whatever. And I said, "Man, those flies!" And they said, "Well, don't wave your arms around. They're attracted by movement. They get all excited when cars pull in. They get attracted from the exhaust fumes, attracts them. And you just have to sit there for 5 minutes or so, turn the car off, which is what I had done, and they'll kind of go away." But unfortunately, the whole time we were there, we always had to have one or two of them that was, even though we had stuff on our heads and our hands and everywhere exposed, those suckers were biting us the whole time we were there. You know, one or two, but all it takes is one, and it makes it a rough day. They're you know, they go in between your eye and your eyeglasses, or they're landing on my nose, biting my cheek. You know, it's like made it difficult. So next time I call and I go, when are the flies not there? And I'm assuming, of course, it would be in the late fall when it's too cold, and then they won't be there. But it was not fun. Flies.
He was shooting with a ZF.
Yeah, the ZF, the Z fly, the Z fly.
Well, yeah, we have a type of deer fly in the north here that can bite without landing. You know, they just zoom in, and man, do they ever hurt. You know, some boxers don't hurt as much. But anyway, I've got my Yashica here. It says Yashica on it. Whether or not it was made by Yashica, that's a different story. But I'll hold this up so you can see the Yashica name on there.
Yeah.
And this is the camera. This is the end that you look in. And it's this one here is an infrared light, and this is the lens that you look through. And
it's like a binoculars almost.
It's like binoculars. You know, when it comes on, it says Yashica, and then you get to see the screen here. It'll shoot stills, and it'll shoot video.
Wow.
I have yet to get anything off of it because my iPad will not read the files from this. And so I'll have to
What's the file extension?
get JPG and MOV.
And it doesn't read it?
Well, it's Apple that is having the problems, not like my iPad. So, and I don't know what the problem is. But Anita's Mac, we can see the pictures, and it's there's nothing to write home about. But when you consider that I'm using this when you can't see your subject and it's coming out with the picture, I think that is a plus. It's much better than what I can do with any of my other cameras. Because
it's like night vision.
But I'm going to use this for when I'm out for the night photography to check on animals. Make sure I'm in the situation.
You can get a picture of that mountain lion as it's ready to jump on you, David.
Eat this.
I thought I was using a telephoto. How far away? Oh, I was using a wide angle.
Yeah, well, it has that writing on where he's looking through. It says objects appear are larger than they appear or closer than they appear. He goes, "Oh, that mountain lion's 50 yards away, and it's like 5 feet from him."
Focal length on this is equivalent to about 200 millimeters. it's really narrow. So if it was wide, then you could see things closer. But this way, it's at least 200 millimeters, if not 400.
Well, Joe is leaving us to go watch the third period of the Stanley Cup with his friends. So
What's the score, Joe?
6-1 for the Oilers, but I'm still pulling for the Panthers. Go Florida.
I would say, Joe, I would say to that, you leaving us for hockey, I'd say, what the puck? What the puck?
Yeah, and I know some of y'all are going to be wondering, Edmonton's like a 1 hour drive from Calgary. Why wouldn't you be cheering for the Canadian team? And it's because we're so tribal about this stuff. Unless it's Winnipeg or Ottawa, I will always root against the other Canadian team. It's not like we ever make the playoffs, but the level of hatred between the city teams is intense.
Well, it's for Calgarian, and their favorite hockey team is the Calgary Flames, and whoever's playing against Edmonton.
Well, I think Oilers got this one. They pulled Bobrovsky apparently after 5 goals. They were like, "All right, Bob, you're done." But it's still 3-0 in the series, so I like their chances of beating the Oilers.
Well, just sit there and have a Molson's Golden while you're watching it. That's all.
Oh, yeah, I will. And I look forward to talking with you guys next weekend after the Z6-3 is out, and we can talk about the fallout or success of the drop. It's going to be fun. And I can't wait to see what the Fro says about that camera, because apparently
we'll have to make sure Chuck comes on next Saturday, Chuck, so you could tell us whether you bought one or not.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Oh,
nice.
Got the first one. I get number 1 and number 2. I need 3.
Need a 3. Number 3.
And Chuck wants a left-handed camera.
That's right.
Yeah.
You say the camera that was so nice you bought it thrice.
That's right.
Yeah. That's awesome. All right, good night, guys.
Night, Joe.
Later, Joe.
Take care, Joe.
Have a
Thanks
good
for
one.
coming on. Thanks for stopping
Go
in.
Panthers.
But it was see if I can find it in my notes here. Let me get rid of one thing here, bring up something else. What was kind of funny, if I can find it, wasn't really a lot of stuff out there that I saw. Let's see. Oh yeah, I went on Sony Rumors. I'll look at some of the other rumor channels once in a while. I went on Sony Rumors, and it was really funny because they had a section on Sony Rumors where they were showing really, really cheap cameras that get sold on Amazon, and so these were cameras that are selling like crazy to people that do TikTok and stuff like that. They're buying these inexpensive cameras, and some of them are cameras that, people are buying their kids, I guess, so that they'll take pictures rather than try to keep taking their camera away from their parents and using their camera. So they buy them a cheap camera. But some brands that, you've never heard of, a camera called a Camcory, Camkory, and they got a 44 megapixel camera for kids that's $40, or a OIDEK, OIADEK, super cheap vlogger camera for kids that want to be future YouTubers, as the editor wrote it, and he says, "What a sad world." And a lot of Kodak branded cameras that are they're all cameras made in China, and China paid a licensing fee to be able to put the Kodak name on the camera. But they're basically very, very inexpensive Chinese made cameras that are out there. And they even had they showed one camera that was like an instant print camera, but it didn't print on. There you go, David's got one. They had one that didn't even print on film. It printed on like some kind of paper material and looked absolutely horrible, but people were buying it. But it's just kind of funny to go there and look at these cameras that they showed and what they talked about, because if you really feel that you really want to get something cheap, I mean, that may be the camera for you. You never know, right?
Be careful. Some of those cameras are absolute crap. They lie about the specs.
Analog too.
Sure.
Was plus 4.
Oh,
Wow.
That's a lot.
Is that
It was +4. I thought
Way
that you
way
went
too
too
It's a
far.
very
strong.
strong lens.
Very strong.
and it one
So you
So
can
you
see
got
the movie
bionic
real
eyes.
good.
Yeah, so
Magnification
you
at the
could
next
like
level.
see you could see the Empire State Building from you could see you could see New York City from Malaysia.
yeah I couldn't even see.
Oh man.
so did they have to operate you again, John?
Is no injected
You got to take it out.
to inject the surgeon
Oh,
to
brother.
simply remove the old one because it's natural. It's made of fat, and if the mistake, you have a attached
Oh,
retina
brother.
or break, and you lose at the
Key.
so it very do that. Luckily, decay last Wednesday.
Well, if you need your other eye done, don't go back to the same guy to have your other eye done.
Well, that's
Makes you think you
exactly
should
what
went with Vice, right?
because she just went through trauma. Oh my
Yeah.
god! But it was FAI that in the access is brainer, but extracting it, that's different ball
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
people usually talk about the issue, they talk about
for
the
you
good stuff,
guys.
but you get to experience now what can go wrong and what you have to do to fix it.
Yeah. But you're seeing okay,
Thank
John,
God
correct? Are you seeing okay now?
Yeah, I mean it's not yesterday for an for a follow up. Yeah, it's healing good. It's good and the pressure's good. Yes, and yeah, it's different. The the side and can't be. Everything's by the depth of field is
Wow.
Now,
It,
does your other eye
right.
does your other eye need to get done down the road too, or is that okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
one point it's going to be back properly.
wow, John. Sorry to hear, but yes,
No,
it's like it's
and,
like using somebody else's glasses, correct?
yeah, yeah. They tell you, oh, I got, I've done this, but you're the mistake calculated.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd say I don't
Wow.
want to be number one. That's what you gotta say. I don't want to be number one. That's
Anyway,
so we got Greg. Greg's asking, how do I share my computer screen while recording a video? While recording a video, working on new video ideas. How do I share my computer screen while recording a video?
what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean,
You
are you trying to take a video of your computer screen? I'm a little confused. How do I share my computer screen while recording a video? Or you saying, or do you mean to say, how do you share a video on your computer? Like if you wanted to share a video on the show, you could do that easily. You just have your MP4 file. Okay, you edit your video. You have an MP4 file, and then you could just come in and share. You could share just like we share photos. You could share a video. I've shared videos. Gustavo has shared video. We can share videos on the show as well. It's just going into the share screen part of Restream, and it's selecting on your file, and then we would all see it. I mean, it would come up on my sidebar here, and I would turn it on, and everybody would be able to see it, if that's what you're referring to. So Jeff and Leslie are taking off in a few minutes. So guys, take care, and hopefully I'll learn a little bit about flowers and not have to bug you guys as much. Although sometimes I get lazy, and I'll probably bug you anyway because I'm too lazy to look it up. But hopefully I'll get better.
See, when I do it, when I share a video, I use the program where I just run the video and it's recording. Okay. When I want to show something, let's say pictures or slideshow, then I share it and I have a second monitor and I put it on the screen using, let's say, Preview or, any program that you can want to use. You just run the slideshow, and when you're in the program, you put it on share, the viewer can see that also.
Yep.
There's different ways of doing it. So I find it easier to run the movies out of the program because when I use QuickTime, it stutters. So this way, if I just use the program to show it, it's automatic. It just depends on how you want to do it.
Yeah, and some of that depends on what level of computer you own too. In terms of starting and stopping with video or whatever. Sometimes it depends on if you have an old computer that you're trying to do stuff on, you may run into some problems more so than if you have a newer higher end computer too. So hardware has something to do with how well you can present things as well. But Greg is saying here to Ava, talking to Ava, it sounds like an exciting time to get a second high performance body. Don't have much knowledge about Olympus except to know owners really love their Olympus gear. Yeah, I know several people that have Olympus gear and swear by it. They like it a lot, like it a real lot. But let's see. We got what else we got in here? Anybody else that I missed? Maybe
Jim and Robert Daniels.
Okay. Yeah, I'm behind. That's one thing me and Chuck have in common. We're always behind in the chat, right, Chuck? You can't keep up with it.
Greg had a thing. He was somebody. He wondered what Nikon will you do for the new what dig on it Z7H.
Oh, the Z9H, the Z9H.
Yeah. No,
I don't know that they have to be in any hurry to do.
Don't
like
go
that.
on so much.
I don't think they're going to do. I don't think they'll do one. I think they'll do a Z9 II. They'll do a Z9 II. I don't think they'll do a Z9H.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Talking about maybe another Z52 or something to compete with the R7 or the what's it? The Sony brand.
No, but we want the God.
Talking about a high-end flagship camera.
Yes.
You know, what the next high-end flagship camera may be. And, you know, there was talk about a Z9H to have, you know, something to have, you know, real, you know, maybe have a global shutter, higher frame rates and stuff like that. So, well, you know, you got all sorts of things that we've all talked about over the years. You know, I mean, is a Z7 III going to come out? Is it going to be a 61 megapixel camera? You know, because how is it going to be that? What's going to make it different from now a Z6 III and a Z8? Okay, well, how do you make a Z7 III different enough where people want to buy it? And if the Z6 III is what they're saying it's going to be, and we already know what the Z8 is, there's not a lot of things you could do different to make a Z7 III palatable.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you can.
It would have to be 61 megapixels.
Make it 61 megapixels.
Well, yeah, that's the only thing you could do is make it 61 megapixels.
So you do. So there you have it.
You could do it, but they don't seem to, you know, who knows? It could have that one sitting right back in the corner waiting to come out a month after the Z6 III for all we know.
Yeah.
They might have both of them coming out at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, they've been sneaky, and of course now, especially with lenses, right? There is no lens roadmap anymore. So other than the 35 millimeter lens that still hasn't come out, other than that, everything on that roadmap got done, and they're not going to come out with another roadmap. So basically, any lens that they come out with is going to be a surprise because there is no more roadmap. So, and they've never had a roadmap really with camera bodies. I mean, nobody really does much of a roadmap for camera bodies, so you never really know what you're going to see when. You know, we make guesses.
No map.
Yeah, we don't know. We're lost.
Lost.
You know, they should send it to Chuck to evaluate. I think personally,
They should, but yeah.
Using Nikon's roadmap to figure out where Nikon was going and what to come out with next, and that was actually hurting Nikon sales. So it's a good idea to get rid of the roadmap. But I'm sure other companies like Nikon's roadmap. And that's why other companies don't have a roadmap. Or if they do, it doesn't show much.
well, Wayne is in the chat saying I'll throw it up here. He says for a Z7 III, they could turn it into a cinema camera.
He's always got the Zinman camera going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody?
I don't know.
Yet. You got to wait till Monday.
I don't know.
I gotta wait till I know what it really has versus what we think it has.
Like it would one anything.
Possibly, yeah.
Chuck, I mean, guy, many.
Well, the Z7 would be a great plate for the, you know, camera. I don't know. I got two 48 millimeter cameras, or not millimeters, but two 48 megapixel, whatever cameras.
45 megapixel.
Yeah. And so I don't need any more big cameras, but I can use the 30, well, the Z7 III, Z6 III, you know, for a for 20 view. God, no 20 megabit, make it, yeah, whatever, the 20 and the 33, yeah. And I don't know which you're going to read. And the real, I think that it may be 33 megapixel. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see if it's 24 or 33 or 36 megapixels, and then like I said, you want to see if it's got the autofocus and subject detect features of a Z8 and a Z9, and you know what kind of card slots do you have? I mean, we assume it's a CFED and an SD card.
But John, I don't have a ZF.
Is that?
Oh,
Yeah. And that's why
you guys have a 600.
Yeah,
Something. What do you
you'll love it.
have?
It's great value.
I have mixed feelings about it.
I think it's very slightly soft at the
Well, I'll tell you, it's a great bargain for the money. But if you're used to using a prime, it's not as sharp. It's not as sharp.
Yeah.
It's acceptably sharp, and it's obviously gives you a lot of freedom composition wise because it's a zoom. But it's the same. It's the normal story. A zoom is never as sharp in its range as a prime. You know, if you're at 400 millimeters with the 1:6, it's not as sharp as a 400 millimeter prime. If it's at 600, it's not as sharp as a 600 millimeter prime. It's acceptably sharp, and it gives you versatility. And that's why I bought it, was for the versatility, because sometimes you just need to have a zoom.
Exactly.
I've got one. Yeah, I've got one,
one.
and right now my friend Bob is using it, borrowing it, because unfortunately his F-mount 2-5 died on him, so he didn't have a lens. So I'm letting him use the 180-6.
a Mozman, I second that thought.
Okay.
You know, but I would, you know, for the money, it's a very good lens for the money. And what makes it a lot nicer than the 2-5 F mount is that you could do the whole complete zoom range with just like half a turn, not even half a turn, and you've gone
internal
from
focus
180
as
to
well.
6.
Internal focus is nice. It's balanced.
Yeah.
But John, if you want to have a high quality image at a telephoto range like that, the best lens in the Z is the 600 PF.
Agreed. The 180 to 600 is probably at least as good as the Sony 200 to 600, but it's probably better for video.
The 600.
600
The
PF.
600 PF, the 600 F 6.3.
Oh, that's 600.
Well, they just came out with a 600 not too long ago.
Yeah,
and it's very good.
That's without the teleconverter, right?
Okay.
That's the one without the teleconverter. Yeah. I met a guy the other day that had he had the $15,000 lens hanging off his camera, and I looked at it, and I know one other person that has it, but I never really like stared at it. Like, this guy had it hanging down, and I was just surprised how big in diameter that it was, you know, compared to a 600 PF. You know, it's a lot it's big.
It's
It's
a lens
big.
for a tripod.
Yeah.
I mean, you can handheld it. But John, if you are doing basically 100% wildlife like Jeff or me, or most of that time, the 800 is the best because small birds and that, the 800 is the best. But if you want a good compromise lens that you can walk with for telephoto, nature photography, that's 600 PF, like the predecessor of the 500 PF. There is no comparison, and it takes teleconverters very well. So
You walk around with that.
Oh,
You walk
okay.
around with that lens, and it's like you could walk around with that lens all day long, and you're not gonna be in pain.
and remember, John, I have them all, correct? I have them all. So the only one that I don't have because it's too short, correct? I tend to be on the longer side.
What's it?
6'3",
600 what?
6'3".
Because the
Okay.
180 to 600 is very versatile, but it's a little bit soft.
Yeah.
It's not bad up to about 500 millimeters. Beyond that, it gets a bit soft.
Yeah, but it's still for the money. I mean, it's just like the 2-5 was. The 2-5, I shot tens of thousands of pictures with the 2-5, and got great shots. But you know, the problem is you as you start to get some of the higher end primes, then that's what you get used to what your picture's looking like, and then you put the 180 to 6.
Right.
You get the 186 on it, and you go, I know it looks decent, but you're always in your mind's been programmed to what it looks like from a 600 PF or 800 PF, and you're used to seeing, you know, that little extra kick of detail, you know, and then you go to put the zoom on, and it's like, well, yeah, I really needed it because of where I was shooting. I you know, I can't always be at 600 or I can't always be at 800, and sometimes that's the perfect lens to have. But when you're really, if you really want to get into the detail of the image quality, then yeah, I mean the primes are always going to win. I mean it doesn't matter.
And that's a great lens.
But that see the 180 to 6 is not an S series lens either. Okay, so your 1 to 4 is.
Exactly.
It makes a difference.
It makes a difference.
And particularly, John, if you already have the 100 to 400, it makes more sense to you to have the 600, correct?
Yeah.
And I tell you that lens with a teleconverter that takes you to the 1.4 that takes you to 840 with a light package that you can handheld. That's the difference, correct? The 600 TC or even the 800, you can handheld it, but you can handle it for a short while, correct?
Yeah.
This one, as Jeff said, you can, you know, you can
shoot
go with a
video
lens
with
all day.
I'll walk around with, like I did with the 500 PF or the 600 PF. I could walk around with that hanging off of me for 5 hours, and I'm not hurting anywhere. I'm not sore. I'm not tired. I can and the big difference, I mean, sometimes I need the reach of the 800, believe it or not, but like Gustavo said, you could put a teleconverter on the 600 if you wanted to, but what I like best about the 600 versus the 800 is I can go into the DX crop mode, which is 2.3 times crop in video, and I can hand hold and shoot with a 2.3 times crop with that 600. And if I'm shooting 4K 120, I could make it smooth enough and it looks really, really good. I can't do that with the 800. The 800 is just too long and a little too heavy, and I cannot hand hold it in the crop mode. I can.
So see, this is the
Did you pay
for what?
The 600
for the 600?
It's just
was that like
3,000 something, correct?
No, let me look it up. It's more than that.
But the other thing, John, is I mean these two lenses are you can see them here, correct? This 600 PF is significantly lighter than the 180 to 600. Like so this is the long light.
It's on sale now for $500 off for $42.96. It's normally $4,800. It's on sale, $500 off right now.
And
Very good value.
that's a great bargain.
You know,
So walking, this one. Flexibility, that one. Maximum reach, the 800. And maximum quality, the 600.
Wow.
Maximum quality is the 600 TC, for sure.
So you got John.
Beautiful.
The 600 with the TC just is you know, it's a limited carry around lens. Let's put it that way, because it's, you know,
Bloody heavy.
pretty heavy. It's still lighter than the old days though. I mean,
Oh,
Roy
no,
and Gustavo remember the old lenses.
No, the G
Got
is impossible. It was the G was impossible for me to carry. The 600 TC I can carry. But you are limited. You're going to work with a tripod. You're working all the time. Okay.
No handheld video on that lens.
But the 600, as we discussed before, Nikon was very conniving in the way they release these lenses. They release it in a schedule that basically make people like me buy them almost all, correct? Because you always have something a little bit better. But the 600 and the 600 PF, the 606.3 is a great lens. It's a great lens.
It's the star of the line, I think.
Yeah.
Of all the Nikons, the 600 PF is
Star.
the star.
Roy, the star.
It's very sharp, very light, very versatile.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I only played with it for a few hours, but it's good.
Look, that's it. That's the one that Chuck conjured this lens.
Yeah.
He talked always about this one before it was released, almost like 2 years before.
Yeah.
oh there. Well,
Yeah.
Oh, John, I was out shooting horses with Anita yesterday, and I was using two cameras. And I had my Z9 and my 800, and the other was a drone. And she was using her 180 to 600. And it's lots of times my 800 it was too long, so I was shooting portraits. Yeah.
That's it there, John.
Looks good. Tiny, isn't it? So small.
It's not
The only thing, John, that I do exactly is I get immediately a replacement foot, correct? So this is I think these are all the Kurt replacement foot.
Yeah.
Bigfoot.
Well, you know what's funny? What I don't like about some of the replacement foots, and I think I have a Kirk foot on one of my lenses, is sometimes let me slide this over here quick. Sometimes the foots that you buy have less of a gap between the lens and the foot, and then if you like to hold you like to carry the camera by holding on to the foot, you got your strap on and you're kind of carrying it like this. So depending on the brand of the new foot, it may not be far enough away from the body. So you want to make sure that you have that room to stick your fingers around it, because I bought a foot one time and I couldn't get my fingers in there. So, so you have to be aware of that. Like you want to at least, like when you get the lens, measure the distance between the lens body and the foot that comes with the camera, and then make sure whatever you buy is the same or more.
Yeah.
So that you don't have a problem. Like I didn't buy a replacement foot. I just bought a different plate because I use the cube, the snap in on my strap.
The Kirk has that one too. So this is a replacement foot on the 800. Okay, so this is the 800.
Yeah, you can see the height. You can see the height there.
Yeah,
where you could fit your hand in there easy.
Yeah, because you would carry it like this, correct?
Yeah.
So the good thing about this Kirk one is it has something that is not adhesive, but that brings some friction, so that when you carry like this, you're not carrying the metal only. It has not a padding.
No, it's just like a knurled area or a rough finish to it.
Exactly.
Finish. Yeah.
But it makes out of some polymer, so it's not a metal. So that's very good. Actually, if you saw the what is it called, the Hudson Henry, he got a 800 2.8 TC, correct? And he mentioned in one of his videos that he hit a door, and because he didn't have good grab of the handle here, he actually dropped the C9 with the 400. This is a good one, okay? So typically sometimes I had this one with a converter. Now this is on the C9, and this one here.
Gustavo's doing it, Roy. Hey, Roy, Gustavo's imitating you.
Yeah.
Gustavo's imitating you.
And this is the 600 TC. Okay. This is definitely the best quality.
Yep.
But on the C8. Right?
Gustavo, big man.
It's in the cage, by the way. So he has a cage on the Z8.
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes I put it on there. I change it, but I mean, those lenses are, I tell you, we are spoiled. Right?
Well, you know what Nikon did though to us that wasn't fair? The way they introduced the lenses, and they were very sneaky, because when they would put out a lens, there'd be enough of a delay, they'd make sure that they got a good initial run, with people buying that, lens that came out, and then they would come out, when they threw out the 800, and then everybody's like, oh man, now I got to have that. And then, and then they come out with the 600 PF, and like you and I had the 500 PF. Well, I still have that. But and then you go, gee, now that would be a good lens to have too. And they really satisfied the wildlife photographer. I mean, but they did it in the sports photographer, but at the expense of the other folks too. I mean, at the same time, they were not really paying attention to people that were doing, landscapes and stuff like that, with wide glass and things like that, so. They catered to the wildlife and the sports shooters when the Z9 came out. There's no doubt about it.
And the fact that they're two basically, flagship lenses, the 400 and the 600, they both have this TC. The TC is having that ability to just do that click.
This was the point I was trying to make that I didn't say very well, that Mozman nailed it. They introduced the lenses masterfully. They maximized their sales.
Exactly.
They really
like their bank accounts.
Basically, they got me.
Yeah. They got you with what they call the treble hook, with the 3 hooks.
Exactly.
So you weren't getting free.
No, but I'm happy. I most a lot of days I even sitting with the 800 and the 600 and at the same time, correct? And shooting one with one with video and the other one. So for me, it's okay. But remember, I have more than 30 years doing this. So I have go through the evolution of buying all these lenses. So when I got that one, I sold almost all my long telephotos F mount glass, correct?
Yeah. Well, what's good about those lenses, Gustavo, is that in a pinch they make good dumbbell sets.
Oh no, it's okay.
Good for exercise.
But I tell you, the G was beyond my capacity. It was impossible to travel, correct?
Roy, you got a few of those laying around, Roy?
I do. I got the 600 f4 and a few of the others.
But
Very heavy lens.
But I think for somebody becoming very addicted to wildlife photography, definitely the 800 and the 600 PF, those are fantastic lenses, and they all take fantastic.
The 400. I mean, the 400 with the 1.4 built in is good too, because
versatile.
because you've got that lower aperture when you want it, and then you can always flip the switch and you're up to 560. You're not quite at 600, but you're in pretty good shape with that. And that's a very good lens as well.
That's their most versatile lens.
People think that one stop doesn't matter. I tell you, at 5:30 in the morning, just before sunrise, one stop matter a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the difference between sitting there another hour talking to your friends before you even try to take a picture, or being able to take a picture. That one stop,
But I mean, maybe later on I show it's not a great photo, but I can show a photo that I took, handheld of a hummingbird, correct? Handheld with 800, correct?
Yeah.
At the minimum focal distance of about 5 meters. It was just at the edge of the IBIS of that lens combined with I think it was with my C9. Amazing. I couldn't take that photo before.
I take handheld with the 800 all the time.
Yeah.
I rarely have it on a tripod. I handhold it.
You wouldn't have done that with the old one. I had the old one for a long time. It was really heavy.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, now if I'm shooting video handheld, and let's say I'm pointing it up because I got a bird flying in, right? Well, with that lens, I can only hold it up so long.
Exactly.
Now my arms get tired, Whereas with the 600, I could hold that up for a long time.
Now, what I will be interested, John, is when you compare it with the 500 Fuji, because that's kind of in the working with 500 Fuji, obviously with the converter. That's what I recommended to you. Buy the converter on a medium format or a higher format camera, you want to call it. That could be amazing.
Yeah, and you could get great. I like to take, maybe not as I may do it more in Gustavo. I don't know, because Gustavo does a lot of setting up and using pre-capture and using the other features, and I do a mix of I like to do a lot of what I just call bird portraiture. I try to get the bird in the environment, and I make a portrait out. Trying to make a portrait of the bird, So you could do that easily with that 500 lens on that medium format Fuji that you just got, and get beautiful medium format shots of birds in their natural environment, posing with the light hitting them just right, and you'd get some wonderful images with that camera.
I mean, this is not photo. Actually, this is a photo that I was sharing today. So I was working on this today, correct? So you can see that one, John. Jeff. Okay. So sorry
What
for the
1.4 converter, Gustavo?
1.4 converter. I mean, both converters are good, but the 1.4 is. I mean, you almost have no penalty using the 1.4 except the one stop of light, correct? But look, this was handheld. This photo was handheld, correct? With the 800 millimeter, ISO 2200,
Wow.
180. I mean, 180 of a second handheld on a
Wow.
800 millimeter. I mean, now I brace myself, correct? I put my elbows in and I have the camera with the foot down and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, and this was at the minimum focusing distance. Look at that. I mean, what else? I mean, we're spoiled, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're spoiled, all right.
And look at the bokeh behind it too. I mean,
Exactly. But probably this is me sitting here with. I mean,
Wow. That's beautiful. Sharp.
I mean, it's
You got a few others you want to share, Gustavo, while you're in
well,
there?
I mean, I can show what this is what I was doing today. But I can show this one. Actually, let me show this one. This will come in the next review. I got better pictures than this one for the next review. Okay, and people, please don't hate me, okay? Because I got the fledgling have been hanging around, Jeff.
what are you doing?
Yeah,
Are you feeding? or
I'm not
what?
talking to you no more.
So this guy have been coming off and on. So I will show some in the next review in July. But this was I think this was yesterday, right, in the morning. And if let me zoom out completely. I mean, this was taken again with the 800 PF, right? So you can see now that's very early in the morning. So that's now you saw when I zoom in, correct? This is ISO 3200. So there is no penalty going high ISO. I mean, you can now. This was taken with a tripod.
Yeah, if you have good light, you could get away with some little bit of reasonable light. You can get away with the high ISO. Where you get killed is if you're really high ISO and your lighting is poor, and then it's tough to save it.
Yeah, it's just I think it's more about at this moment. It's a lot about field technique, correct? And be there at the right time. I know where this guy have been hanging around, and so typically it's actually much better to be there before sunrise because they're relaxed. They're just finishing their day, so they're looking for a place to roost during the day. And at this moment, the parents are roosting with with the two young ones, correct? So I chose some more next photo review because I have some great opportunities. Correct. This one actually today is not a particular good one. Okay, but you can see that I think this one I took just to show how well they camouflage, and that's the issue. And Jeff knows this. It's difficult to see them. Right. You only see them when by chance somebody or yourself you spook them and they fly. Right?
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, that's you just nailed it right there. Is many a time you don't know they're there, and you get fortunate where you're walking by an area and you happen to catch one fly and land somewhere, and then that's when you can.
Exactly.
That's when you get it, because if you had to count on, they're not flying around, they're where they're at. Good luck finding them.
Oh, exactly.
Good luck finding them.
Exactly. I mean, you can see here. I mean, it's almost. I mean, it's the same. It's merging with the bark, correct? So anyway, these were the ones that I was working today. I mean, you can see this is my Photoshop, correct?
Yep.
Good.
But I mean, this one technically is I mean, it's a female, so but it is the ability for the camera to do that level of resolution. I mean,
Gorgeous.
Let's see.
but anyway, later on, for those that stay a little bit later on, I will show some photos in relation that has male birds taking care of the young ones, correct? Which is the theme of the day, Father's Day.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll share one that I took recently. That if you're half asleep like I am right now, you need one of these to wake you up. This is a wake up shot. This is a wake up shot. Let's see.
Beautiful color in the background.
Yeah, that's the wake up shot. Now I'm trying to think of whether that might have been with the 600. Now I'm not showing you this through Lightroom, so I can't really zoom in on it or anything. But
Are you on a Windows machine or are you on the Mac?
I'm on a Mac, but this is just a file that I
just
saved on my
get the info on the picture, and I'll tell you.
desktop. Well,
Yeah,
it just wait a minute here. Yeah, I did click on it and I didn't see where it said what lens, to be honest with you. If I did it in Lightroom, it would tell me, but I think when it's on my desktop, it doesn't give me as much EXIF information. Because it's not.
So the question for you on
Yeah,
this
it's
one.
not telling me what lens. It's just telling me file size. It's not telling me what lens. If I had it in Lightroom, it would tell me what lens. I mean, I could
So
look it
question
up.
for you, Jeff, on this one, correct? For once, so this one is the background is have more light than the foreground, correct? So that makes it tricky on that, right? So you have to bring the shadows when you process this one, or to get a little bit more.
I had to bring the shadows up because this piece of wood would be a little too dark.
Okay.
Now the bird, and I probably knocked the highlights down just a little bit, but not much. Because sometimes, and I'll admit it, sometimes I tend to like images that are a little bit underexposed. Sometimes, like a third of a stop or so. I like to get a little more. It gives you a little bit more color depth, saturation. But if I took the highlight and I made this bird a little bit wider, then you don't see the creases in the feathers. You kind of start washing that out, So I kind of like to have a balance between, the bird looks white, but at the same time, I bring the highlights down maybe slightly just so I can see the detail in the feathers, because it's a compromise between what you're trying to do, But I think I got it.
All right. You guys tear it up.
Have a good one.
I'm going to bed.
Going to bed. We kept you up.
Bye, Chuck.
We kept you up late, Chuck.
Yes, I know.
Good to see you.
We messed up your schedule. Now you're going to be mad at us in the morning when you're tired.
Yeah, I will. Yes, I will.
And Chuck, watch the video tomorrow so that you can see the Father's Day bird photos that I'm going to show later on.
Okay, all right. Good deal.
Chuck, thanks
All
so
right.
much. Thanks for coming on, Chuck.
See
Yeah,
you next week.
Next
when we
week,
get all
man.
the spec from the ZZ.
yeah. I'm in there next week talking about the new Z7 or Z6 III.
Perfect.
All right.
You know, by next week it'll be another new camera. But have a good evening.
That's right. All right. All right. Everybody, test.
Good to
Thanks,
see you.
everybody. Thank you. Bye bye.
Take care. Have a good one.
Bye bye.
Bye.
But you see, John, I think Jeff was alluded to. The cameras that intrigue me, correct, are actually, for the type photography that I do, is that Fuji that you have, which is video format with the 500, or the advantage on the other end on the OM1, correct, with the smaller sensor, and they have fantastic
Yeah, they do.
cameras for wildlife as well.
And they got a great lens now too.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna throw up another image, and then I'll maybe throw up a few more later on after Gustavo throws up some more of his later on in the show, to fill in a little bit of time here. I don't take a lot of squirrel pictures. I do on occasion, but this one I had to take, and it was like a short series of like 3 or 4 shots. But what do you think of when you say, "Oh, I got a picture of a squirrel eating"? And so the natural thing that you're saying is, well, of course it's eating a nut. I'm going to find the squirrel eating a nut. Well, when you get a squirrel eating a mushroom, you hope, one, you're wondering if it's one of those special mushrooms, if you know what I mean. And what's interesting is he eats the domed part of the mushroom, and basically when he got it down to where it's just the stalk and that little bit, he just tossed it. He was done. He didn't eat. He didn't eat the stalk part. He was just finishing up nibbling the dome part of the mushroom, and then the stalk got dropped on the ground, and he was high as a kite, I think, too, at the time. But
so what's easy to approach him after he ate the mushroom, correct?
What's that?
It was very easy to approach him.
He couldn't find his way home.
Exactly.
Couldn't find his way home. But yeah, if I had to say, pick they always, I mean, and I say they is a strong word, but every God knows how many wildlife magazines over the years, or popular photography or modern photography, or when they were doing an edition on wildlife or birding or whatever. I mean, it became the industry norm to just that everybody said the 600 millimeter is the ideal lens for wildlife, because it's not too short, it's not too long. You've got, and then especially with the PF lenses that Nikon has come out with that really nobody else has. Now that new Sigma 500, I guess they did some great things to keep the weight down on that lens, even though technically it's not a PF lens. So they did a good job with that. But yeah, from a price point, it's not a lens that necessarily someone who doesn't do it a lot is going to want to invest in. They'll get the 180 to 600 and they'll be more than happy with what they get with that.
That's right.
But when you're more focused on in the genre, and that's your, let's say that's your 70-30 rule, 70% of what you take is wildlife, then you might be willing to, stick a little bit more money into a lens, and then without getting too out of control, you get a 600 PF, you'd be very happy with it. Be very happy with it. Mossman saying he doesn't want to see a squirrel on psychedelics. They're erratic and eccentric enough as it is. Yeah. But let's see what else we got. Another interesting thing. I want to get your guys' opinion on this, and I will preface this statement with I'm not attacking anybody. Okay, I'm going to start that off because right away somebody's going to think I'm attacking them, and I'm not. And because I made note of this on Sony Rumors, and I don't usually talk about patents. Okay, and that's kind of a big thing for. There's some people that are very active in following patents, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what I noticed that could be a little dangerous is following the patents is good to get an. I mean, obviously, you're patenting your technology, you're patenting your idea, but a very, very small percentage of those patents ever come into fruition, and so sometimes there is a tendency to make an assumption when a patent comes out that that's going to be the next imminent thing that you're going to see on brand X camera or brand X lens because you saw a patent, 2 years ago and you're like, oh, it's got to be that. But and you may get lucky and be right once in a while, but gathering patent information is interesting so you see what a company is working towards, but you really shouldn't assume that it necessarily means that they're going to do it because it's a very, very small percentage of patents that actually get that they follow through with. And Sony Rumors brought up there was a recently published Cosina. Cosina is the company that makes the Voigtlander lenses, which are very, very good. And they had a patent that shows that they're maybe going to design a new 18 millimeter f1.4 full frame lens for Sony. And really, there is no third party lens right now with that range and that wide of an aperture. So you got a Sigma 20 millimeter 1.4, and you got they mentioned the old Zeiss Batis 18 millimeter f2.8 lens. But it's, obviously it's a 2.8 and not potentially a 1.4. So it'll be interesting. They just made note of it and said it would be interesting to see if that patent does happen and they do make that lens. It would be kind of interesting. Yeah, patents are a big thing for a certain percentage of people in the YouTube community where they really, really follow that close. I know Wayne follows it pretty close. He follows patents fairly often. I know Simon from Ordinary Filmmaker follows patents a real lot. For those of us that have worked in manufacturing in our lifetimes, we know that there are many, many patents that never come to fruition. It's just to protect your intellectual property more than anything else. There was let's see. What's interesting is we haven't seen this. You got all these Nikon products on sale, and other than a Z9 being available now as a refurb product again. When's the last time they had the Z9 on sale? It's been a while. You really don't see them. You don't really see them pushing the Z9 that much. Just an observation.
Or not lowering the price, which is to tell you something. The same with the Plena, correct? We haven't seen any. $200, $500 discount on the Plena yet.
No. Well, I'm kind of surprised that they did the 500 off on the Z8.
Exactly.
I'm really surprised they did 500 off on the Z8. And
getting rid of stocks before the Z6 III.
Yeah, I noticed that they had a pretty big price drop on the D850 for those that want to get a digital SLR.
I just released a firmware update on that too. A real surprise.
Yeah, I mean it's funny. It's amazing what they're doing. I mean, although some of it had something to do with. Then they had a very small firmware update on a lot of bodies for. Was it something to do with a password or something on a? You remember something to do
It's
with?
crypto.
It
What's
was the
that?
EU nation.
Yeah,
Cryptology.
yeah.
You know, the EU mandated a bunch of stuff. Any camera that's being manufactured and sold in the EU probably had to have a firmware update.
So we could blame the
That's good.
Europeans on something then.
They're doing a lot of good things, you know, when it comes to security and stuff like that, which is helping us all out.
What I think is pretty interesting too is and I'll give once again I'll tip my hat. Well, I will tip my hat to Nikon Rumors. Talking about David's got a cat growing out of his head. David, if I see the cat's tail go through one ear and out the other, I'm going to be worried. I'm going to be concerned. Nikon, as you know from previously talking about it, they had that self-service document capability where if you wanted to get information on getting parts for a camera body, you could find manuals, or technical manuals for certain camera bodies, and now they have what they're calling a self-service dedicated website where you can get the repair documents. You can, if you have a certain problem with your camera, you could get the proper paperwork. You could find out what tooling that you need to take the camera apart to be able to get at that widget that you have to fix and get all that information and buy tools and buy the parts and try to repair your own camera. So I'm sure there are a handful of people that would have no problem digging into their camera and trying to fix it.
So when I read that one, I was thinking about you, Jeff, when you were on your DA50 screen replacement situation.
I would have done it if I had the right tool for it. I just wasn't going to jam an X-Acto knife in there and try to do it, But
exactly.
Maybe that's what they did anyway. I mean, I saw a YouTube video where somebody did use an X-Acto knife, but
Okay.
I didn't personally want to go that route.
So did you investigate it there? What cameras they covered on these self-service repairs or not?
Well,
go ahead, Roy.
It wasn't me.
Oh, it was me.
Go ahead, Randall.
So I did see a video where a guy sent his camera because he was at a wedding to Nikon, but since the camera was too old, they wanted permission. They could cut the lens out. They couldn't get the camera working again. And since it was over 10 years old, they just sent it back to him. And he did it himself. He saved the lens, but the camera wasn't working. So, and he had an extra one. I think it was a D4 at the time. But he showed a picture of it, and boy, but he had to get the lens out because he wanted the lens. So,
yeah, but what I was
John's
saying,
leaving us, guys. He's got lunch waiting for him, or he's going out.
All right. Have a good one.
Right back to Diana, John.
Take care, John, and tell Diana that when she gets a few shots with that Fuji, have her send me a couple pictures from that Fuji that we could share on the show.
That 500 lens is very interesting.
Exactly, and with you there, John. Right. You're on mute, John.
Yeah, you're on mute, John.
No, on the 28th.
Okay.
out with the girl having payday. I don't want to.
Too many
Safer.
information.
I have stuff to do for years. So help them for a bit.
That's good.
Yeah, don't wear pink. Don't wear pink. Don't wear pink.
No. I don't know. I'm not.
Have a good one.
All right, guys.
Thanks for coming in. I'm glad that your eye is good to go.
Oof.
That's
scary. That's scary.
All right. Plus, diet don't work on us.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. Take care.
Have a good one.
Okay.
So what it would be nice, Randall and Jeff, is that self-service system or site that they will list, which is the cameras that they have put in that site, correct? I mean I presume that there is manuals and self-repair guide for every camera, but I don't think every single camera is there, correct?
No,
Well,
it's no
I think
even.
it's just ones that they can't work on is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I'm on that site now, and so when you go on the site, well, actually, what I could do is I could just show everybody the site, correct? So why don't we just take a little tour and give me a second to share it.
I think even if you were to send it to a repair place, it will be nice to see what they are doing to your camera, correct?
well,
Yeah. So
they
I
usually
will.
somewhere else.
Yeah. So this is the self-service repair from Nikon USA.
Okay.
Okay. So they says download your product service manual, and you can find service manuals, and it says determine the parts and tools needed. The product service manual will list the necessary parts and tools needed for your repair.
So
And
so
then
let's do a try. Think that you are going to repair your D850. See,
yeah.
try
So
to navigate.
I'll click on find service manuals. Okay, and they're giving me a warning here. I have read this warning. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So I'm going to put in the 850.
Oh, it looks like it is only.
Yeah, it didn't. I'm going to try it again.
Search my product. You see, there's only like range finders and lenses.
Yeah, right now just range finders and lenses and Z-mount lenses, which
put
is
a
weird.
D4S on it. Put a D4S and see what happens.
No.
Huh.
So it's very limited. Very limited.
Jeff, put a space between the D and the 4. Just the way Nikon calls them.
Oh, okay.
I think go by choose the category. By say right product. No,
Yeah,
I don't think.
Yeah, it's a D4 space S, right?
I did a D space 4 and it didn't take it. I do a D4 and it doesn't take it.
Huh.
Just shows up my rangefinder, binoculars, and lenses.
Wow.
And then the
So when
only
you click
product
on that-
they have listed,
So
Z-mount
when you
lens, and they have the 28 to 400,
That's the only lens they have.
and they got a repair manual for it. and then they got a separate section for parts and tools. So yeah, so okay, they may have created a site, but they basically have nothing in it.
Yeah.
One lens.
One lens, and
And that's the newest one too, right? The 28 to 400.
The new.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
the latest one.
So
Yeah.
what size camera do you need?
I've already seen a couple at KEH. I mean, I guess they didn't like it. I was going to ask you about the 80 to 400. Have anybody ever used that lens from the F mount?
I did. I owned it. My daughter's got it. I hate it. Overpriced, underperforms, and heavy.
I agree.
anyway, limited site. So for all the hoopla right now, there's not much to be hooping or lying about.
One lens.
Yeah.
What about the UK or EU on their site? They probably have more options. That's probably where we go. Probably go back to Japan. So,
Yeah.
or Thailand.
But that's too bad.
No, I think, Randall, like many companies, this is what we call vaporware. So it's something for the future. They're just showing what the intent is rather than populated with real data. So Jeff, the question for somebody like you would have been, let's say, on that 28 to 400, okay, that repair manual, how many pages? Because I presume that it cannot be, it had to be sizable.
Oh, it's 31. I think it was 31 megabyte file.
Okay.
But it's like, well, it was like, because like when I was looking at to try to find the parts for the LCD, top LCD screen, the D850, the cover, it looked like it was the same size as another model, but I couldn't verify it. And I actually wrote to B&H because they sold a replacement top plate. It was for a different model camera, but it looked like it was like in the same family, and it looked like it would have fit, but I wasn't sure. And the part was only like $5. The problem was doing the work, but the part didn't cost next to anything. But as you guys know, it ended up costing me, which I still thought was reasonable for shipping it, and them shipping it to me and them doing the work. I mean, it was like $150 or something. And a lot of other places wanted $300 or more to do the job. And I got it done for $150. But the thing is, the part probably was not even a $5 part. It was all labor. It had nothing to do with the price of the part.
See, one thing that the EU is doing is when you sell anything there, the manufacturer has to maintain parts for at least 10 years for it. And they're coming out the right to repair. And this is applying to everything. So that's going to change things in the US eventually also.
Most Nikon parts have been available for at least 10, 20 years anyway.
Yeah.
I recently got a manual for a 1950s copy stand for the Nikon.
Yeah, like Tim's comment here. Tim's comment here would be like, yeah, you could buy the new battery, or replace your battery door, or your, or your little metal camera strap triangle pieces there that go through your eyelets.
Well, that's the point, correct? I think if it's a repair manual, it has to be a repair manual for everything, correct? And if they make it, if they don't want to make it public, and it's only for certified people, then it should not be in the general website.
I used to collect those repair manuals. I've got nearly 10 gigabytes of them.
Okay. But the general public didn't have access to those, correct?
Probably not. You had to be NPS.
Exactly.
Well, the sad thing is that there's a big problem with availability of camera technicians, especially if you want third-party repair centers that aren't Nikon, a Canon repair center or a Nikon repair center. I mean, I know there was a place in Massachusetts that I sent a camera to that's still around, 30 years, 40 years later, they're still around, and they service a wide variety of brands, and they're authorized repair centers for those brands. But there is just so few qualified people that know how to repair cameras now. And then it's even a bigger problem if you're talking vintage camera repair, because if you want to collect a vintage camera and you want to use it, right? You want to use it. And of course, if you use it, eventually it may fail. Something may go wrong because it's so old. There are certain cameras that I own that that I know work, but I will probably never use them, hardly ever, because I know there's no one left to fix it. There's either no parts that you could get, or there's no one left to fix it. So,
Exactly.
so yeah, you're good if you buy current stuff through an active brand, but you're buying something that the company went out of business and stopped making SLRs, and never got into DSLRs, couldn't keep up with technology. So, their last shindig was to have an SLR presence. You may have a very hard time finding someone that can fix that camera, or even do it.
Most mechanical cameras last for ages, though. The only trouble you have with them is usually the electronics, or the shutter gets touched and played with.
Yeah, or the if it's if it's one of your favorite cameras, Roy, a rangefinder camera with a non-interchangeable lens, then you got to deal with been laying around forever while the lubricants have gotten hard as a rock and nothing works.
Or they've spread to the aperture and lens.
Yeah.
Look what Mothman is saying there, backing up the idea that there is very few places that you can get your repair.
Another reason to hate rangefinders.
It's just like I told the story, and I had written to the guy when I bought that Connie Omega, technically a viewfinder camera. It looks like a TLR, but it does not have a mirror in it. It's really technically a viewfinder camera. He was the only guy. He was the only guy left in the United States that works on those cameras. There's nobody left. So it's like, and then those that still may be around, they're all people that are like 80 years old. How much longer are they going to be working on cameras?
Yeah,
and
that guy have a heart attack.
What's that?
Wasn't good anymore.
The guy that was a Konica expert, unfortunately, he had a stroke and he couldn't do it anymore. Yeah. He had to trying to organize his stuff to get rid of it now, but he can't he can't do any repairs anymore. So it's done. It's over. It's over. It's sad, but it's you have to.
You said a Konica,
you have
right?
to be careful if you decide to collect cameras, especially if you want to use them, and you want them in working order. It's like I found a guy that is still around that will do CLAs on old Minolta cameras. So I mean, I had my neighbor's SRT 101 that he gave me. You couldn't advance the film advance lever was jammed. Shutter release didn't work. You know, everything was like locked up on the camera. And I mean, I shipped the thing to the guy. Literally, he did a complete CLA, replaced the seals in the back, you know, of the film back, the foam. He replaced the foam on the dampening foam on the mirror. He lubricated it. He cleaned it, made it operational, and he charged me $65.
Good for another 50 years.
Yeah. How can you beat that? If you find somebody like that, he does it because he loves to do it, and he's certainly not putting the screws to you. And you get a perfectly working order vintage camera, and it costs you $65 to get it that way. That's a blessing. You know, you're lucky. But that's the exception, not the rule. That's for sure. That's definitely the exception, not the rule. But the, you know, it's yeah. So if you get into camera collecting, part of your discovery process is to, if you get your heart set on a camera, you do some research and find out if there's anybody left that can service it.
Make sure it's a common camera so the parts are there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to buy two cameras just to cannibalize from one to the other, correct?
Well, and yeah, and more, and be honest with you, most of us, unless if it's a cosmetic thing, many of us could do that kind of work. If it's a certain amount of cleaning, we could do that. But if you got to like take the leatherette off the camera, remove the screws, take the whole thing apart, look at the springs, look at the gears, look at this, do that. You don't have the tools. You don't have the
skills.
You don't have the tools. You're going to, you know, good luck finding a manual to show you how to take it apart. Yeah. I mean, you got to hope that if you buy something old and used, that it is as advertised and it works. And then you got to decide how much do you want to use it.
Exactly.
You know, now, we don't usually talk Panasonic hardly ever, but I figured I'll at least bring up because it did come out, and because Panasonic has always been considered one of the better, if not one of the better, or in many cases, a few years ago, they were considered like the best in terms of video capabilities in their cameras. And of course, they came out with the new GH7, which supposedly isn't a lot different than the GH6. It's a micro 4/3 camera, which, you know, obviously in some circles doesn't draw a lot of excitement because it's micro 4/3, but you know, they're still good cameras. And they came out with the GH7, and it's got a 25.2 megapixel BSI CMOS sensor, improved AF with the phase detection autofocus, which we talked about earlier. That they're finally putting into all their new camera bodies. And it has Apple ProRes RAW in it, internal recording, has the world's first 32-bit float recording, as they call it, which supposedly eliminates the need for you to adjust sound recording levels while you're shooting. It does require you to have a certain optional piece of equipment on the camera in order to benefit from that technology. It has 13 plus. They have what they call a 13 plus stop dynamic range boost. I'm not exactly sure what that means. You know, a 13 plus stop boost function. They have improved image stabilization, active in-body stabilization. It's like, I think it's 7.5 stops, if I remember right. It does 5.7K 30p ProRes 422 HQ and ProRes RAW HQ. You can just like the new. I'm not a huge. There's not a lot of people that seem to be huge fans of the new Panasonic that came out. That's very inexpensive. That has the built-in that you could load LUT files into, lookup tables into. And for those of you, I'm not. Wayne would explain this better than me because he's more into video than I am. But basically, if you think of a lookup table, like a camera like this. Think of of loading a lookup table in your camera, kind of like going in and on your JPEG files on your Z9, where you can go in and you can select, do I want this to be vivid? Do I want it to be standard? Do I want it? I can go in and change certain things within that menu and customize it so I get the look that I want when I take that still image as a JPEG file. And think of a lookup table similar, where you're basically, instead of a picture control function, think of it as a video control function where you're able to define some parameters, whether it could be your contrast, or your knocking down your highlights, or okay, Dave, we'll see you. And Dave will be back in a minute, guys. You could define certain settings and you save them as a LUT, and you can load those into some of these Panasonic cameras now. And this is one of those cameras that you could do it to. And so they're trying to make it, and I don't know if it's going to catch on or not, but they're trying to take away the scary part, because Wayne would talk about lookup tables a lot, or he'd say, Sony has, or Canon might have features that he would classify it as a cinema camera. Okay, it has certain features like it's in a cinema camera, but that also requires you to have the right software. And DaVinci Resolve is probably the pinnacle of video software that's out there right now, that would work good with 8K video, and with different LUTs, and different types of making adjustments to your video files. But it's a very complicated program. It's not inexpensive. It's not easy to learn. I personally, having a Mac, I went with Final Cut Pro, which is made to work with the Mac, and I don't spend a incredible amount of time trying to learn every little thing in Final Cut Pro, because the manual is like ridiculously amount of information in it. So I've learned enough to be able to do reasonably good quality videos in a reasonable amount of time for my YouTube channel. But I'm not trying to be the next Cecil B. DeMille anyway. But yeah, if you really want to get into doing 8K stuff with all these LUTs and all these different gradients and stuff, then you would probably want to look into DaVinci Resolve. But many movie makers use Final Cut Pro, and just as many use DaVinci. So it's kind of like split. But I think they're starting to lean more towards the DaVinci software. They have, let's see what other features they have. Oh, so they have unlimited recording time, because they have improved heat dissipation, but they also have the cooling fan integrated into the camera body. So that keeps it cool enough where you could shoot videos for basically an indefinite period of time. And they have their tilt-free monitor, their angle monitor on the back is designed so it doesn't interfere or hit your HDMI or your USB cables when you're tilting it. So they took that into account. Your layout of where your connectors are exiting your camera body, and is your tilt screen going to hit it, and are the cables going to get in the way? And they designed around that. It can also withstand harsh environments. They say it's dust and splash resistance. Nobody anymore says their cameras are dust and waterproof. Nobody's using that terminology anymore. They're just saying it's resistant. freeze resistant down to -10 Celsius, which is 14 degrees Fahrenheit. And the camera costs $21.99. You know, it's got 7.5 stops IBIS, 3.68 million dot OLED viewfinder, electronic viewfinder, 3-inch, 1.84 million dot touchscreen on the back, CFE Express Type B, and an SD UHS-2 card slots. Shoots 5.7K 60, 4K 120, ProRes RAW, that 32-bit float that I talked about, and a few other impressive features. You know, if you're there are people that have had the Lumix GH series cameras since they first came out, and they fell in love with them, and they continue to buy them. So
let me ask you a question here. So Lumix and Panasonic, they're both Panasonic, correct?
Yeah, Panasonic and Lumix is just a brand of Panasonic. It's like, you know, it'd be like Canon EOS Rebel. You know, it's a Canon camera. You know,
it's like a model.
Yeah, it's lenses too. So
yeah, it's just the name. It's just the name that they assign to that body. They have a Lumix series of cameras, and
okay.
But it's their Panasonic cameras, and but it's, you know, it's a good camera. Now it doesn't, you know, and obviously certain camera makers, Nikon actually being one of them, surprisingly, which surprised all of us when they came out with 8K capabilities, with the internal processing to be able to handle 8K internal on the Z9. I mean, that's kind of unheard of, and that's still, you know, class leading in terms of the hybrid cameras. But yeah, hybrid mirrorless cameras have come a long way, and so the GH7, you know, it's the GH series used to be the pinnacle of video features, and now it's got some good competition, but they're still really, really good cameras, and people do really like them, and they don't break the bank. You know, they're affordable cameras. So if you're interested in something like that, you may want to check out their website. And I don't really think there wasn't much. I didn't really see a lot of stuff talked about on Canon rumors or Sony rumors. There really wasn't that much in there that was being discussed. So I think that's pretty much it in terms of different information from different brands, you know, that I have. Ava's taken off, I guess. So good night to Ava. Thank you for coming on. We hopefully, as you say, hopefully we'll have some good real information, which is what I like to talk about, the real deal rather than the hypothetical. Is so
exactly.
at least when the Z6 III is announced, we'll know the real deal. We'll know the real deal, and then it'll be interesting once we have that information, how many people are going to consider adding it to their kit, you know. And I am not in a position where I'm going to buy one tomorrow, but it could be on a future radar screen only because a lot of it's going to, well, let me put it to you this way. It's really going to depend on the sensor. I have the ZF. If it's a 24 megapixel camera, I'm going to pass on it. If it's a 33 or 36 megapixel camera, and it does have 4K 120, which I use for my video for my wildlife, and if it does have all the autofocus features that are in a Z8 or a Z9, then and only then, because I have that little extra crop factor, I would definitely consider it as a real backup camera to my Z9, because right now my backup to my Z9 is my D850, and that's why I hang. And that's why I hang on to my my 500 PF lens, so that I'm always able to continue to take wildlife shots if my Z9 became incapacitated or an alligator bites it out of my hand or something. I still have something I can use. But yeah, ideally at some point, you need to get another mirrorless body that I can use as a more legitimate backup camera to the Z9. So that's either going to be one of three things: a refurb Z9 someday, a Z8, or maybe the Z6 III, depending entirely upon that sensor size. For
You
me,
want the button layout to be similar though, so you don't get confused.
They gave it to Steve for a review, so must have some wildlife capabilities, correct?
Well, yeah, I did notice that he had a comment about the Z6 III, and I was kind of finding that interesting that he would even comment about the Z6 III. But then they did in the teaser start off with a bird,
Exactly.
a bird shot.
Well, I tell you one thing: for the astrophotographers like Mr. Stewart, the Z6 II is a very popular camera.
Well,
So I know a lot of astrophotographers or astro landscape, correct? People
Yep.
are looking for the Z6 III, because I watched some of the videos from Spaniards who do a lot of these astro landscape, and they do like that. They're expecting that camera because they think it has a better dynamic range than a 45 megapixel camera, correct?
It does.
I've still been using my D850, my 810A, but lately I started to use my Z8 and 9. And
Yeah. But for whatever reason, David, and I don't know, I don't practice that type of photography. I would like to, but it's they seem to like the Z6, the Z6 II.
yeah,
Right?
it's got a good price point.
It's a good price point. I remember there's many of them modify them, correct?
Yeah,
If it's a $2,200 camera, that if and that's what Simon thinks it's going to be, a $2,200 camera. If it's a $2,200 camera, and it has 95% of what the rumors say it has,
it's going to be good.
That is going to be the most capable camera out there for that price point. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's gonna it will have more capability than any of the competition at that price point, and it'll be another winner for them. It'll be another winner.
The other thing that I would like
more news that he said that it replaces Z8, so it has more features. So we'll see what happens.
It won't replace the Z8, it will just complement it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not 45 megapixels, it ain't replacing it.
And this, but
it's just like I didn't get all like upset and warped out when the Z8 had skin softening technology in the camera and it wasn't in the Z9. I could care less about skin softening. Yeah. I could do that with software. I don't need to have it in the camera.
Wow.
And so the few things that the Z8 had in it that the Z9 didn't, that to me didn't make the Z8 better by any means, because the Z9 was priced where it was priced because it had the built-in drive and the frames per second and the higher battery capacity and the 2 CFEB cards, not a split B and an SD card, and it had other advantages that made it worth what it was being sold for. And so I never considered the Z8 to be better. I just considered it to be for most features for how I would use the camera, it would work fine, and it would be a little bit cheaper, and it would be lighter.
Yeah,
it would
and
be
I think
better travel camera, obviously a better travel camera. And but I don't consider a Z8 to be a better camera. I consider it to be like was just said, a complementary, like Roy said, a more of a complementary camera.
yeah, but Randall, my opinion, correct, would be if I were to, let's say, do wildlife photography professionally, correct, I actually will take two Z8s, because if you chart value versus convenience and capabilities, I think the Z8 comes ahead. Now,
Well, now I've had some overheating situations on the Z8.
exactly. Exactly. So video or battery. The battery of the Z9 is superb, correct?
Right.
It-
So
it-
I have. That's why I have a dummy battery for the all of my cameras except for the Z9, because the Z9 is fantastic. Any other camera I have has a dummy battery.
yeah, but
the thing is, you get two that you get in two with the Z9 is you have a bigger buffer.
Yeah,
you have a bigger buffer. So it doesn't slow down as fast as it will with a Z8. But that doesn't matter if you're not sitting there with your fingers stuck in the down position on the shutter button. It don't really matter.
I haven't tried, but I don't know, Jeff. For me, I think the guts of the Z8 and the Z9 probably are very similar.
The shell is bigger. That's it. Yeah,
it's like bigger and the larger battery, but I think the processor, we know it's the same. But
it does come down, like you said, it does come down to video though. It's not going to overheat.
Exactly.
Not going to overheat, and I personally like to have two CFEB cards.
Exactly, and remember, doesn't have they call it the chassis, but the frame of the Z8 is made of composite and metal. The Z9 is all metal. So those are the difference between the camera. But I think
but that's why, I mean, I wouldn't buy another new Z9 because I broke the bank. Well, we both traded in stuff to get a Z9, right?
Exactly.
We both sold stuff to get a Z9. So if I wanted another, if my best option would be to try to take advantage of a refurb Z9 and get it for get it for $500 more than a Z8, or something, because it's definitely, to me, when there's a $500 difference, it makes it an easier decision for me. And then of course, like I said, if you put the battery pack on the Z8 when it's not on sale, then it's the same price. It's the same price.
Exactly.
So there is no price difference then. A refurb Z9 versus a Z8 with the battery pack is going to be the same amount of money.
That horrible battery pack.
Now going on the Z6 III, I agree with your analysis there of what will make the camera attractive. Huh? The other thing that will make it attractive to me, no mechanical shutter. I don't want to deal with actuations.
You're not going to have to deal with it because you're probably going to be shooting at shutter speeds high enough to freeze the action that aren't going to use the mechanical anyway. Because the mechanical is only used for much slower shutter speeds. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, if you're shooting at 1/2000th of a second or more, it's probably going to be using the electronic.
Okay.
Anyway, so
but let's see what they put.
I want to see where that cutoff is. I want to see where that cutoff point is with that too.
Because that way there is no actuations. I mean, the meaning of actuations on a non-mechanical camera doesn't mean anything, correct?
But from their picture, that one picture they showed was interesting, you know, and I've become not so much a big fan of it. I was a big fan of it when it came out, but because of my own issues because of it, in my opinion, I'm not a huge fan of the shutter shield anymore. But I think it has a shutter shield on the. It looked like it had a shutter shield in the picture that they showed for the Z6 III, and I like it, and I use it when I'm changing lenses, but I don't typically. If I'm keeping
where
the
did you
same,
see that?
if I'm, they had on Nikon Rumors, they have the front shot where they're trying to show you where the Z is on the body.
Exactly.
And you can see the lens. There's no lens on the camera, and you can see in the camera, and you can see the shutters. You can see the vertical blinds that look like
but it's not a camera shutter. It's a shutter shield. You think?
Shutter shield, yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
So if it's a shutter shield, it's not shutter. No mechanical photographic shutter.
That's what we're going to find out on next week.
Because I don't think they can put both a shutter shield and a mechanical shutter.
Yeah. It looked like a
Z9. Z9 doesn't have a shutter. It has a shield.
I love it. I love it.
So,
but the
the same way.
Now they are coming out with a different rev battery for the Z6 III, which I hope, you know, it's going to be the next letter designation of that battery, which I'm sure is going to be a higher milliamp hour rated battery, so you could get more shots with it, or you may just need the extra juice because the camera is going to draw more power for whatever features it has in it or what have you. But I'm hoping that that new battery could get used in like the older cameras, that if you could use that battery in a D850, or you can use that battery in a ZF.
That is the other issue. You have mixed systems, right? You have to carry charges and two different type of battery, correct? So typically on my setup, I have 3 battery for the Z8 and 3 battery for the Z9, right? If you have the same, if you have the same camera battery system, then you carry only like 4 battery for the 2 cameras, correct?
Yeah. I mean, because I have a lot of the older original EN/EL 15 A's and B's, which obviously don't last as long in the more modern camera bodies now. And so at some point, you know, if this new higher capacity battery theoretically for the Z6 III comes out, I'm hoping that it's backwards compatible, and then you could put it in a Z6 or a Z6 II or a D850 or a ZF or whatever, but we'll see.
Well, Mr. Jeff, since we are now officially in the Father's Day on the Easter
Father's Day, yes.
Happy Father's Day, and show some images, and then I show some of mine.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there, or fathers to be. There may be some fathers to be. I think personally they should have a grandfather's day too, but we don't.
They celebrate that on Father's Day.
Yeah. But anyway, Leon, let me show you. I'll show you a few pictures here, and I'll have. Let's see. Let me just. Let's just peruse here what I have, because some of these I don't want to share right now, not because they're nude photos or anything like that, but I don't like taking nude bird photos. They're really embarrassing. I don't like to catch them when they don't have their feathers on, you know. But yeah, looky here.
Okay.
This is not a normal Jeff photo per se. I'm not usually this lucky. We had a situation where we had a deer come in really pretty darn close in the high weeds here and grasses, and he was bending down and he'd be munching on some grasses and he'd lift his head up. So a lot of the shots I took didn't have a clear shot of the head like this. A lot of them you had the reeds, you know, and the face. Not much you could do about it, but I like this one in particular.
I like it in between the grasses.
Yeah. You know, it's neat to get it in its natural environment, you know, and
Exactly.
so I enjoyed that one. And then let's see.
The fawn season here is just about to start.
And in this now, Gustavo will have had this encounter or seen this many, many times. And for those of you that do not take or have never taken wildlife photos or birds in particular, if you ever saw this for real, you'd be like, you know, being like one of those holy cow moments. It's like, what? I don't believe that's happening, or that it's going to be able to do that. And so I'm going to show you, and you can use your own judgment. You know,
Oh my God.
you can do your what? You can do your what? And so you say, how is this bird going to eat that fish? And all I can tell you is it did. It did eat that fish. So I like to call this one, if I was going to name this photo, I'd call it the eyes have it, because you got the eye of the bird and the eye of the fish basically looking right at each other.
or Mission Impossible.
Yeah. I mean, it's these birds, they could just eat fish that it makes no sense. They have no right to eat it. They have no right to eat it. It's absolutely crazy. And I might have another one where
a female anhinga. So Jeff, that's interesting because also it has the hole where the bird had harpooned that I think it looked like a redfish.
Now here's the proof that it ate it.
Okay.
Here's the proof that it ate it.
Went like that or what?
Oof.
Oh yeah.
And you can see all the blood down the neck.
Jesus Christ.
All the red down the neck.
Yes.
And these birds occasionally will be what my dad used to say, you're too smart for your britches, was a saying that my dad would use. You're too smart for your britches, wherever that came from. But sometimes they get a fish that's too big, and these birds can suffocate if they make the bad choice and they overdo it. They can kill themselves basically trying to eat a fish if they get one that's a little too big. And I've got an older shot, and I'd have to dig it up, but someday. But I have an older shot where the fish expanded the dorsal fins and made it so that it was even harder for the bird to swallow the fish because the fins were sticking straight out.
Jesus.
And I must have watched that bird try to swallow that fish for 25 minutes. 25 minutes of this, like half an inch at a time, wiggling it around, trying to get it down the throat. And you're like praying that it's not going to choke to death. You're just really, really hoping it's not going to choke to death. Because nobody wants to see that, you know, but very, oops, I lost something here. I did this again. Why do I do this? I lost my restream. I'm back. Yeah. Sometimes I hit a button or do something and I lose my screen. But yeah, it's scary when you see stuff like that, because you think it's over for not only is it over for the fish, but it could be over for the bird as well.
The most amazing are the the blue herons, right? Those can eat anything, any size.
Yeah. I'm going to show you one more, and then Gustavo could show his. I'm just going to show one more image, and this is what I consider more of an environmental shot or a bird portrait shot, and I like doing bird portraits, especially, you guys know I like backlit, or I call it rim lighting, but it's really like technically it's a backlit photo of like an egret or whatever, and you got a white bird and you got that nice luminosity around it. Looks so cool. I really like that. But anyway, this is not that photo. This is not that photo, but I liked it.
Okay.
I like the composition. I like the, I got the branch going from the lower right to the upper left. I got the pine needles sticking up here on one side, and I got the bird. I got the pine needles, 1/3 in, on the upper side, and rule of thirds. If you want to get hung up on rule of thirds, you got the pine needles 1/3 over, and you got the bird 1/3 over on the left. So it's balanced. It's balanced, and you have the branch spanning one corner to the other corner. So I kind of like the composition of the shot.
I like those shots.
But
so the question is, obviously the branch and the pine needles coming out of the branch, that balance the bird going on the other side, on the left side. The question is those pine needles in the bottom, can you clone it or not? I think it's not distracting to me, but that is always a controversy.
I could have removed them, but I left them in.
Exactly. No, I think both work, but that's a dilemma that you have
because that's where you get into a decision whether there's two ways of looking at it. You could say, it's there, that's how it is. You could just look at it like that. Or you could say, if I get rid of the green at the bottom or to the right-hand corner, do I then have too much blue?
Exactly.
Because you're helping break up the sky a little bit more by having those elements in the picture. So that is definitely a personal preference type of thing, what you want to do with it.
And sometimes you can do it both ways, and then you decide, because it's at this moment I don't think there is a distraction, right? They definitely no distraction, but sometimes making the photo simpler help, right?
Yep.
You can see, for instance, on the files that I show, it's impossible. You cannot take all the sticks. You have to take it as they are, otherwise it goes crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time with, sometimes I'm just a pain in the butt. Let's put it that way. I guess that's how I'm going to word it, and I'll use "butt" to be a little more polite. But sometimes I get hung up on being a purist sometimes, and I get a little too hung up on that, and realistically, if you're not entering a photo contest where you have all these restrictions on what you could do with an image or whatever, if you're doing an image to sell it to somebody, I can definitely see where you're going to be a little more aggressive with the cloning tool or the removal tool, because you're not entering a contest. You're providing an image to a customer, and if a customer came to me and said, "Can you give me that shot and get rid of that stick or get rid of that?" What do I care, right? As they say, the customer's always right, correct? So if somebody didn't want that stick in there, I'd clone out the stick and get another print made and say, "Here you go. It doesn't have the stick."
And the removal doesn't make it less real, because you're not adding something, you're just taking a distraction, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, unfortunately, they don't equip us with a battery operated miniature reciprocating saw on a pole so that we can cut some of this stuff out of the image before we take a picture, you know. And I took a shot of an Hinga, and I'm not lying here, and I used the 800, and it was in an area where I should have used the 600, but I had the 800 with me. And another advantage of the 800, and this is going to seem silly, but I could just tell you this as a fact from experience, is when you're in some of these nature wildlife areas and like the state park, lots of times, you know, you say, well, can you guys clear cut down some of these vines or clear out a few branches so that the people who traverse this trail, who are trying to see the wildlife that's in the pond, could have a few viewing areas where they could get a nice picture of something, because you've got all this low growing brush or small plants and vines in the way all the time. And the one thing, no lie, with the 800 one day, I probably had an opening in foliage that was maybe about that big. I could stand back with the 800 and I could shoot through that hole. I shot through that hole and I got the bird.
Yeah.
And I could only do that with the 800 because the angle of view is so small that I was able to capture a full view of an anhinga. And I'm not saying there might not be a little bit of foreground, slight green element in there from leaves or something, you know, on the edges. But the main subject, I was able to get it with that lens. And if I had a 600, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But yeah, so sometimes, you know, you're using it because you're trying to shoot a subject through a small hole, basically. It can be a real handful.
No, absolutely.
You know, Gustavo, you want to throw yours up here?
Yeah, let me see if I can share it. Okay, so let me see. Oh, what happened? Okay, share. Window.
Roy got replaced with a pile of rocks. I just noticed that. I go, "Where's Roy?" And I'm looking at my left-hand side of my screen. I see a pile of rocks. I go, Roy turned into a pile of rocks.
So I'm going to share. So this is for us parents, right? So I'm going to share some photo. What am I going here? Let me eliminate that so I can see a little bit better. Okay. So these are all fathers, right? And I think we can recognize in these feather friends ourselves. So this is 5-day presentation, bird photos and video clips. I'm going to try the video clip and see how it goes. But let's go first with some stills. So this is actually a bird that here in my area is one of the orioles. Okay, it's a Bullock's oriole, which is not that common. Okay? And these guys were hanging around here for a little while. They do nest where there is rivers. They do one of those kind of basket nests. So but this time they came with a young one to feed around. Okay, and you can see here the little one bugging the parent to bring him some food. So I think we can relate to that, correct?
I just saw him.
Yeah. Roy came out of his rock pile.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this is probably one of the most beautiful birds from here in Colorado during this time of the year. Right? Bullock's oriole.
Now, is the color that you see on the bird now, does it change depending on the season, or is that how it looks all the time?
It looks like that all the time. The female is slightly greener, like the immatures.
Yeah.
So this is only the male. So this actually was taken when with the 800 times 2 converter.
Well, you like your converters there, Gustavo.
Oh, I do like they're very useful. Very useful. I mean,
We're going to tell people that if you want to be a convert, you got to talk to Gustavo.
oh, I tell you, this is the modern world. Those old teleconverters, they don't come close to what you can do with this teleconverter. All right, so this is the bullet tutorial. So you can see the begging chick here, bothering daddy, go and get me something to eat. So this one actually is a recent one. Okay. So these are 2 crossbills, a male crossbill and a fledgling crossbill.
Oh wow.
And this is one of my, when I make a proper video presentation, I will make one for this species. This is actually a species that sometimes don't come to the feeders. But in this case, these guys, there were 2 of these guys, 2 of these immature, hanging around, and the parents will go look for seeds and look for, they get them inside, and then they will bring it to this guy. So these are different species, correct? So you can see
David's taking off, so everybody say goodnight to Mr. Stewart.
Bye, David.
David, I better sleep all show, Dave. I better sleep all day.
No, you might have been asleep, but you've been talking the whole time.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was another great show, and I'm here with at Anita's place tonight on her Mac. So anyway, it's been fun and another interesting thing. And Terry is using his Z5 as his backup, and he's got it modified.
Oh,
He
wow.
can change there's a protective screen on his sensor. He's got 3 different ones. He's got one for astro, one for infrared, and one for normal photography. Anyway, and that is a better way to go, I think. But and that's his backup for his Z9.
He need to see us. He had to make a demo for us.
Well, Terry's still in the chat here, and we'll have to twist his arm a little bit and get him on the panel, and he can give us a demonstration about how all of this is done.
Yeah, he's in here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I try not to put too much pressure on him because it's easy for me to try
I know
to coerce the people, but he's working on that stacking thing at some point for us. So I said, whenever you get to it, you get to it, and we'll look forward to it when he gets to it. And if he's putting different materials over his sensor, that would be a neat thing. That would probably be pretty hard to film if you're trying to actually show yourself doing it, though. I would imagine there's not a lot of room, when you're doing it, but it would be interesting.
See, once he comes back from Iceland, the 2 of us to get together, and he can practice before he comes on the chat. Anyway, so we've been conversing a little bit offline. So anyway, I'll let you guys go, and you got some great bird photos again, Gustavo, and for July, I think Anita's going to show some of her wild horse shots. And
No.
well, anyway, she's not. Anyway, no, actually, she's not, because
I'm doing Pelosi.
she's doing Pelosi instead, because
Okay.
the wild horses got to wait.
Exactly, the Palouse.
The Palouse.
Unless she changes her name partway through and puts in 8 photos instead of 4.
That's
Exactly.
okay too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could always sneak one horse photo in if you want. We're not going to complain. More is better. I don't complain how many I get. I don't mind.
Yeah, last time I snuck an extra one in too. So
Yeah.
anyway, I'll see all you guys later. And
Okay, take it easy.
okay, have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Have a good one.
Good night.
The bills on these birds really freaks me out, kind of, you know.
Well, remember that beak is specialized actually to extract the seeds inside the pine cones. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's a very specialized beak here. Now you again the benefit. Actually, this is with I believe that this is with the 600 as well, but I think this is the regular 600, the 600 PF.
Yeah.
But you can see the benefit of the 20 frames per second, correct? Sometimes, the parent is giving the food. So if you catch the moment when they are not in top of each other, right? And they are ready to transfer some food, and they are both in nice pose, correct? That's why the 20 frame per second is good for this. Right?
Did you use pre-capture for that?
No, that for that one I was there.
Okay, got it.
So this typically is a branch or something closer to the feeders, okay? So the parents will go and eat. This guy will stay in these branches, and they will confront the feeder into this area, right?
So you're doing your Moose Peterson impression.
I do that whenever it's necessary. No, I mean that's the way to achieve this type of
Yes,
photo.
it is. Yes, it is.
But anyway, so the crossbill. So now show you on different species. Again, the parent taking care, a father taking care, right? So this is the other. This year I have two woodpecker nests, and he's the male of the hairy woodpecker, okay, and basically bringing some larva to the.
That is a large grub. That is big.
No.
That is.
So these guys already left, and when I show you the other photos, you will see the other woodpeckers start to get interested on this hole. So this is a different tree for the one that I typically like to photograph the flickers, correct? But these guys have a different tree, and they make this new hole. Unfortunately, this hole doesn't have good light in the morning, so I had to watch either over cast day or later in the afternoon in order to catch a good perspective and a good light on the nest, right? So again, the parent bringing the food to the nest. Okay. So now I'm going to try something different. You can see okay, because these, as you know, these are my regular flickers, which I have been photographing for 3 years, right? But I'm going to try to show. This year, last year, the first year, the raccoons raided the nest twice. Then I put some protection around the tree, okay, and I managed to get the second brood on the flickers, okay, and this actually was taken only a couple of days ago, right, and you can see here the male flicker bringing food. So far, I have seen 2 chicks so far, all females, and you can see this one. They still have the little, what they call the egg tooth that they use to open the egg, right?
Okay.
Now the flickers don't bring food like the other woodpeckers. They regurgitate
Regurgitate the food. Yeah.
the food.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't catch that moment when they're like these other guys were bringing stuff and giving it to them. Okay, all right. So now we're going to try something different here, Jeff. Let's see what, because the next one, this is a video, so you can see it in but this is a video embedded in the PowerPoint. It doesn't look that great. So I'm going to try something that we never tried before, which is, let's see if I can share. So bear with me here, right? Because I'm going to move the window. Because this is the one that I wanted to have some advice. So let me see what options do I get when I do share. Oh. Okay, so bear with me for a second. Because this is where I also seeking advice here. So I'm going to try to get the movie. And I'm going to see where I can share a movie. Oh, so we're going to open that particular movie in Photo Mechanic. Let's see what happens. We're doing some experimenting here. Okay. So I go to here and I'm going to do share window. Okay. Let's see. Do you see the Photo Mechanic?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So I'm going to see, maybe this doesn't work, but you tell me, Jeff. I'm going to let it run the video.
Well, see, when I do it, it looks like it's a movie, so it should go.
Yeah, it's going.
Yeah. Yep. Oh wow, look at that. Gorgeous.
So this is the nest that gets good light in the morning.
What was this at? 4K 60?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can see
Usually
when they're
at
feeding them.
4K 120, you can't hear the sound. Yeah.
Yeah, you know there's more than one. You could tell there's more than one in there too, because sometimes you'll see the head of the one that you saw, so it's aiming low, and then sometimes the head is still there lower, and it's like feeding something higher up. So there's more than one in there.
And you can see, Jeff, because now they need to come to the front of the nest to eat. He's actually making the hole bigger. You will see in a second here that he started to chip a little bit on the hole.
Yeah, so they can get out. Yeah, because they're growing. See, my chicks have left already. They're flying. So are they still at the nest or are they gone now?
No, they're still there. Correct. He's just making the hole bigger, so both of them can come to the. I suspect there are three that can come to the nest cavity front to be fed.
Okay. So you took this, what, 6 days ago?
This was taken, I think, yesterday or the day before.
Oh, yesterday. Oh, wow. Okay.
As I told you, having accumulated these video clips, which still I don't know how to use them, but I thought that we can share one today, given that this is Father's. Okay, so let me see. Let me close this one.
That's
Stop sharing.
Yeah, it's almost over. Okay.
And let me see if I can. Yeah. So this one, actually, the next one that I'm going to try to share. And remember, these are not edited. These are the raw clips. Okay. This is from. No, I'm not sharing yet. Let me see. The problem, Jeff, is the same problem you have when you have to go behind
Yeah.
Sometimes
Well,
you
you know,
lose the
you lose track of where you move stuff, or you click in the wrong
exactly.
spot, and then you cover something up, and then you got to move things around, and yeah, it's a real fun
Let's see
activity,
if
isn't
this
it?
play. So this actually is from this morning, huh? and 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 remember, I'm not a video guy. I'm trying
Yeah.
to
You're
fit
doing
my way
fine.
into it.
I mean, it's sharp. It looks
You're
sharp.
doing fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing. I wouldn't change anything on it. It's fine.
Wow, you can hear them better.
Yeah. Now
And
you got
bigger
both.
too.
Oh,
I can even see the tongue on that mother.
yeah. Like he's
Wow.
eating bugs or something while he's
Yeah.
there.
Or ants
Yeah.
and feeding it to the chicks. Yeah, that's
You
what
can
he's
see
doing.
they are now demanding and calling all the time. You see, one
Yeah.
the other.
Fighting
Don't
for
go. Feed
position.
me. It's like my cat. Yeah.
They're fighting for position. I want it. No, I want it. No, I want it.
Exactly. So let me go back here, stop sharing here, and then try to share window. Go back to the PDF. Okay. So let me share here. All right. So these are the videos embedded in the PDF. They don't play smoothly when you put it in the PowerPoint. Okay. So, but what I want to show you is finish with this one, because we know as father there is other duties that we have to do. Okay. And actually, this was a little bit before this stage. At this stage, they are basically the chick had hatched, and they are being fed inside. But you can imagine with 3 or 4 chicks, there is a lot of garbage, correct?
A lot of
So
waste.
somebody
A lot
has
of
to
waste.
change the diapers.
Yeah.
Wow.
So at this stage is very interesting when you see they bring what they call the fecal sacks, and they chop there at the entrance and they fly away. Actually, I love that time because there is a lot of fly shots that you can get. But this is the male. The proof that males of the species also change the diapers or take care of the garbage, correct? And you see he's taking here in the beak. Interesting enough, one thing they do, Jeff, and the rest of the audience here, is they get inside the cavity and you can hear them excavating. But what they do is actually create like little debris of wood so that gets to the bottom where the chicks are and stick to the poop, correct? So that they create like a new bedding, and then when that bedding gets full, they go and clean it. But they use the they use they use the wood itself with the small chips to do this. Anyway, happy Father's Day, guy. You can
Yeah.
see
Happy Father's Day to you too.
the feathers, the feather parents or the feather fathers also do a lot of work here.
Here you go, Gustavo. You'll like this comment.
Let me see. Go back here. Hey.
There you go. That's the best compliment you could get right there.
That's right. Thank you, Mookie. So anyway, I need to learn how to put this together, correct? With a storyline, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but the sound is what bothers me. The sound is not clean completely. There's a little bit of a hiss in the background.
Now, sound is like I don't want to say next to impossible, but if you're in an area that people are more people than just you are around, or if you're near a road or whatever, you're just going to always get some background noise that you can't get rid of, and it's going to drive you crazy. You're just not going to. The only way, there's some software Tim was telling me about. I don't know if Final Cut Pro does it or not. I guess DaVinci Resolve does it, where if you had a certain sound, you could identify the frequency of the sound that you don't want, and then you could cancel it out with the software. But I don't know that Final Cut Pro can do that, but apparently DaVinci Resolve can. So if you had like people talking and you want the sound of the birds and the animals, and somebody comes by and talks to you,
yes,
you could identify that track, that frequency that represents that person's voice, and you can basically block just that and not lose everything. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know that Final Cut Pro could do it or not. I'm not experienced enough with it to know whether it can do it or not. But I guess Tim said that some software packages could do that, and I'm pretty sure he mentioned DaVinci Resolve as one of them that could do that.
Anyway, so I, when like you do, but I don't do anything yet. I, taking my bird photos and then I collect a clip. But I find that for the video clips, the light and everything have to be very good, because you don't have so much latitude to modify the image, correct?
No, and if you get past, I always would tell folks that lots of times when it's not light enough for doing stills, that's when I'll shoot my video. I'll have enough light to do the video, and I'll do some of the video stuff first, providing I have a subject matter and I have something worth taking a video of. I'll do the video first, and then as the light gets a little better, because I'm not shooting with 2.8 glass, then I start doing the stills. And then of course, by the time I hit, probably if I'm out in a more open area, anything past 9 o'clock is with white birds is not going to work out well unless I am using a lens where I happen to have an ND filter that I could put on it to knock the light down. Otherwise, I'm done for today with the video, and I got to stick with the stills.
Exactly. But so anyway, it's good for some of these birds, like these flickers. If you haven't followed them for many years, and what happened, you start to understand their natural history, correct? Or when this happened. I mean, even this year, these guys started working on that nest in the middle of the winter in January, correct? So I have been following what happened in January when they make the hole. Are they going to stick to that hole? Is that hole have good visibility? What are the time of the day that I get the light in the right conditions, correct? So it takes to be a little bit obsessive, but then you get to watch stuff like you were saying, correct? That you get to learn what's happening.
This is, I'll throw up one more environmental shot, somewhat of an environmental shot here.
Oh, I like that one. The colors are beautiful.
Now, this is one where I'm trying to balance things as well. Now, you can look and say, well, this area here, it's not level, but it isn't necessarily. That isn't necessarily how it is in real life, because if I level this out, you can see this leg is straight up and down. Okay, so if I try to level this out, then the bird's going to be crooked. You know what I'm saying? So I'm leaving it that way because that's probably how it really is anyway. Even though some people might look at it like, oh, it's like a horizon shot. You got to make that level. I make that level, I screw up the bird. I'm leaving
the margin of the lake doesn't have to be.
I'm leaving it. So I'm leaving it the way it is, and then I tried to balance here. I waited for him to get in just in the right spot where I got the the backlighting, or rim light, as I like to call it, around the bird. And then I balance out the composition with these grasses. I waited for him to move over into these grasses and hope that he would stop right where he is. And I got that shot. So I got some grass on the right. I got the grass on the left. I got him a little bit off center. And then I got the background slightly blurred. And I don't know. I like how it came out.
No, it looks nice. But I agree with you, Jeff. That's the margin of a small pond or a lake doesn't have to be horizontal, correct? The perspective that you are, that.
Well,
I mean,
a lake isn't necessarily, depending on the topography of the ground underneath. You know what I'm saying? The way the ground is, you could have an effect where it looks crooked, but that is the way it is. That is the way it is.
I mean, it's obviously horizontal, but that the left margin of the lake can be closer to you than the right. In this case, the right margin closer than the left margin, so it gives you that appearance, right?
Yeah.
Well, now, anyway. Did you put your grid in your camera as well? I like having the grid.
Put the what? Oh, the grid. Yeah, I have the grid, and I have the leveling.
Exactly.
I have the leveling in there in the camera, and I'm always trying to make sure the camera's level when I take the shot.
Yeah, I think Roy probably remember that. That's one of the things that I did with the F3 HP, my first kind of good camera. I changed the focusing screen and start using that with the grid. So after that, I always like the grid.
Me too.
Yeah, it was nice to have cameras with interchangeable screens back in the day.
Prisms.
Yeah.
So Coverazzi's in.
Scuba Razzi, good to see you. Happy Father's Day. Yeah, for Father's Day, it's funny. Like my wife says, well, what do you want to do for Father's Day? And I said, like, we at the local movie theater, they'll have certain days a week. It's only like one or two showings. I think it's two showings on a Sunday, and then maybe on a Tuesday where they'll show an old movie. So if you want to see a movie if you want to see Jaws again on the big screen, you can go see Jaws, or they'll have different movies that you could see. So my wife says, well, what do you want to do for Father's Day? And I said, well, they've got Indiana Jones, the original Indiana Jones movie playing at the movie theater. I said, I want to go see that on the big screen again, even though I have it on Blu-ray. And but I said, I'm sure you don't want to go with me. She says, well, probably not. So my friend Bob's going with me. So the two guys are going to see Indiana Jones tomorrow morning. Or this morning, later this morning.
That's the one that was that came what in?
That's the one that has the Germans in it with the when they open up the trying to think, like a casket, they open it up and they all get killed.
Okay. Lost Ark. Yeah.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah.
So, and that was
like the first one.
70s.
That's the first one. Yeah, that probably was 70s. Yeah.
Yeah, with the boulder rolling down. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that one. That was good. First ones are always.
He told his girlfriend not to look, keep their eyes shut, and then everybody else.
Okay.
Always
something special about the first ones, right? You know what I mean? The first movie of a series is usually the best one.
Yeah. But I like the Sean Connery one. I thought that was a pretty good one.
Mm.
He named Indy after the dog.
After the dog, yeah.
That one gets poo-pooed the most, but I like it too.
Yeah.
I like it when
the funny thing is the father and the son both had it with the same girl. Remember?
Yeah.
At least it wasn't at the same time.
Yes, yes. But so anyway, we're at 12:54. I don't know that we're going to go till 2 o'clock tonight, to be honest with you. We'll see what else we have to talk about here. I don't really have. You guys have anything that you've read or seen or heard of interest in the photography world?
They're talking about the GH7, you know, the Micro Four Thirds. I've been communicating with a fellow Australian, Shane, geeky, techie guy. Apparently, Panasonic is giving them a lot of cameras to test out before it's coming out. And then he's one of the best guys I've seen demonstrating on different cameras. You know, he has the Sony, he has Panasonic. I think he has a couple other brands too. But he's excellent, and hardly anybody watches him. So, but and then
Well, I resemble that remark.
yeah, well, you know, with this YouTube algorithm, let's say I see something interesting and I watch that, and then I think, oh, he likes all this. So the next thing you see is all these in the same. I don't want to see that. So, have you noticed that on YouTube, they have now a lot more AI generated videos?
Yeah.
Terrible.
You know, the gender they get wrong, like her or him or his. So you know that's it. But also the tone of the voice. There's no reflection or whatever. It's or emphasizing. They're just, you know,
Well,
just
it's
tone.
the same tone, yeah.
Yeah.
Through the whole narrative, the same exact level of the volume level is exactly the same, never changes. Yeah. No
And
excitement.
I'm wondering if it might be like from a foreign country because they put in a little slant on it where you know they're not telling the truth. Or it's like what you say, clickbait.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing more of that. I said, I don't want to see this channel. No one's fine. I've given up, and I just want to see mirrorless cameras or lenses. That's all I want to see. So, or wildlife. I like the YouTube shorts with, you know, the finding strays or stuff like that, or different animals bring they're brought up together. They had one with a little bitty monkey. Mom left him behind, so they raised him, and him and his cat are always together. So when the cat goes somewhere, the monkey jumps on back of the cat, and the cat takes off. It's hilarious, but you know, I like stories like that. But now, you know, with the news, politics, this AI crap, you know, what was that? Caitlin Clark, right? Everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon, and they're trying to get hits. That's the thing that bothers me.
That's all that YouTube is turning into is do what you have to do to get clicks, and you know, you title your video, and people think they're going to see what's in the title, and then they watch it and they say you didn't talk about what's in the title.
That's right. Yeah.
It's just that's probably one of the predominant reasons where I'm getting very frustrated, even being on YouTube. I mean, I don't do that. I never will. You'll never see it happen here. But you know, I get weary of what I see all around me, and I watch very, very few channels now. Very, very few, and I don't have the time anyway. I'm too busy. I mean, I'm way too busy. I watch a little bit here or there where I really want to, but There are some I used to watch all the time that I haven't watched in months. I just don't have the time to do it. I want to let Gustavo quickly answer this question. I know, Gustavo, you're probably, I don't know if you've used this feature or not, Randall. I know I haven't really fooled with it, but I know Gustavo has quite a bit. You have an answer to this? I don't hear you, Gustavo. There's no sound.
Sorry. I mute myself because I was trying to look for something and it was playing the video. So there is two ways to do this, Kubarasi. On the Z9, okay, if you set a auto capture, it will run until your battery finish, okay? So that means it's on all the time. And for the C9 with the big battery, that's like 6 hours. So it's still significant amount of hours. Okay. Now you can put a power bank and connect to that. Then you have whatever the power bank can work on your C9. Now, on the new release of the auto capture, you can also program some amount of delay. Correct. So if you want to photograph, let's say, foxes in the morning, you can set it up the night before, leave the camera on, and auto capture will only start at the time when you decide to. So that's it. So it will last as long as the battery lasts. For the C9 is about 6 hours. For the C8 is about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Or you put a power
until your card is full. Or until your card is full.
Oh yeah, but typically it doesn't happen. Or put a power bank, okay, and then you extend the hours, or program a delay if you know that what you want to do it happen later. Okay, so that's kind of my answer, Corazzi. I don't know whether that's what you were looking for, but 6 hours on the 6 hours on the C9, about 2 hours on the C8.
Yeah.
Right.
And then this comment he has is, you're not going to get away from this issue, and the Z8 is going to get hot, but it could get hot without shutting down, but it could still be hot, if you know what I'm saying. So eventually it will get to the point where it's going to have a thermal cutoff and it's going to shut down. But
that hasn't happened to me. Neither one.
Yeah, it's not. That's strictly a matter of the smaller body not being able to dissipate the heat as well as the Z9 does. That's all. But most people aren't shooting video long enough where they overheat it and shut it off. I mean, unless you're, to me, if you're, my opinion, don't shoot the commentator. If you plan on doing multiple hours of shooting, or you want to do multiple hours of shooting, to me, you're kind of crossing into the territory where you need a dedicated cinema camera rather than a hybrid camera that's designed to shoot pretty much forever. The hybrid cameras, I think, for somebody doing a 5-minute clip, they stop, something else happens, they shoot another clip for 40 seconds, 1 minute, stop, and then they piece everything together and they put together a story or whatever, and they do that type of thing. But I think if you're someone that's going to get into doing a quote unquote a movie production type of thing, or something you're going to show in a theater, you need to use something that doesn't overheat, which theoretically, even a Z9, I don't know of anybody, the most consistent steady video that anybody shot on a Z9 per se, but or you got to go with a cinema camera, So, but I think for probably 90% of the population that's using these hybrid cameras for video, you're typically not going to. The Z8's going to get hot, but it's not typically going to shut down. You're not going to shoot long enough to make it shut down.
Well, actually, Roy alluded to something. So for the kind of auto capture, there are three alternatives, correct? The auto capture of as implemented in Nikon, and I tell you, it lasts a few hours. Now, I did notice when I put the C8 in the housing, correct, that it didn't shut down, but when I opened the housing after an hour, it was hot, correct? The whole housing,
And heat makes the sensor warmer, which generates more noise.
exactly. And remember, now you put it in a container, correct? Now, with a system, which I also have that you put triggers. Now the camera is basically that is not going to heat because the camera is off, correct? It actually the camera gets awake by the triggers. So that's another way to do it. And the other thing that I do, the alternative to auto capture, is you put your you position yourself away from the camera, and then you trigger the camera remotely, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the cars do get hot, and there were people that did. Some people, was not one of them because I don't. I'm not afforded free cards to try out and test different cards like some people are. So, but there are those that are fortunate enough to have that benefit. So there are those out there that have done videos on different brands of cards and which ones get hotter than others, and how hot they get. I'm trying to think if I don't know if Richie did Richie do anything about car temperatures, or was it Matt or
Yeah,
Matt?
I think it was
him
Richie.
and
Richie and Matt Irwin, maybe.
yeah, we did.
Richie
One did
and
it
Matt
outside, the other one did it inside the studio.
Yeah. So you might get some information that can help you going back and look at some of those older videos that Richie did or Matt Irwin did.
But on the C9, I tell you, of course, I sometimes put it on the C9 if I have something out to capture, and then I leave the camera there for an hour before I check it again. And the C9 doesn't. I never got a signal of overheating on the C9. Neither on the C8, but I do a lot more auto capture with the C9 than the C8. So whereas I haven't had that problem. Now maybe I get too anxious and I go and visit the camera regularly, but I have done my fair share of auto capture.
Yeah, I think he's using a Z8.
And you're also in a cooler climate too, Gustavo.
That's true.
Yeah, if
Well,
you're if you're in the Arizona desert and it's 110 degrees.
Well, but Escobaras is in Switzerland, so it's pretty much like here. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're in the Alps, I would imagine it's pretty cool, but
exactly. So anyway, but I'm going to keep an eye, Escobaras. Actually, at one point, Jeff, I was going to make that's a little bit more of a complicated presentation to try to show some setups and do some maybe when the hummingbirds are here to do a little bit more of how to capture. I know there is a lot of interest here. Hey, let me do, since today's we're experimenting things here. I'm going to try to do another sharing here. Let me see. Now, I don't know.
This is a show where we're not afraid to fail, people.
Exactly.
But we do it so gracefully.
Yeah.
And honestly, let me just check here one thing, Jeff.
I don't know why I'd leave my Z9 in the bush for several hours. I don't think I'd trust it.
I'm sorry, Jeff. Roy?
I don't think I could leave my Z9 out in the bush by itself.
No, but it's
several hours.
Well,
that's what I've got this for.
Exactly. But this is my backyard, correct?
Basically, Gustavo's lucky. He's got the wildlife universe in his backyard. So,
so I'm going to try to see if I can play this. All right. So We're experimenting here. So remember, I showed you the 3 swallows, correct? And when they were doing their business. So let me see. Let's see if the video play. So I had to move around. Okay, we see, Jeff. I watch you guys in the. All right, here we go. So remember the photos that I show you?
Yeah.
Is it little birdies?
Boy, I'd say talk about a quickie. Boy, that's pretty quick.
Acrobatic move.
Yeah. I think maybe he needs to take one of those pills.
I think he already has.
20 frames per second, brother. Oh, man. So anyway, that's another of those clips that eventually will be a video. So you're seeing the raw footage here.
And that was definitely raw footage.
Exactly.
Oh, Fel stopped in. He says we're ready. We're almost heading to sleep. Fel, we've been asleep since we got here at 9 o'clock. Let me tell you. But we're hanging in there. And my wife said to me, she says, "You're not going to make it. You're not going to do the whole show tonight, are you?" I says, "I have no idea." She says, "You're not going to make it 2 hours." She said, and here I'm still here, and I have not nodded off yet, so I'm very surprised. But
that was foul.
That was foul. Ooh.
Well, but you can see on the stills you get a little bit more of the artistry.
Greg, have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. We appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing well.
I like that. That was foul.
And hey, Greg, don't here. Let me put this reminder up, Greg. If you haven't taken off yet, give me a second here. This is a reminder to everybody with the photo review on July
6th.
July 6th. Send in some pictures. So, Greg, send in some pictures if you got some, man. It's going to be, obviously, this is going to be right after the 4th of July. So maybe some of you have some either pictures that you'll be taking on the 4th of July of fireworks shows or whatever, or you may have taken some years past. If you want to share some fireworks images, feel free to do so. But yeah, send in your photos for July 6th. I believe it or not, I mean, I have a few. I got like maybe 8 pictures right now. I actually got somebody that sent some pictures in for August already too. But anyway, get the images in by noontime on the 5th, which is Friday. Makes life a little easier for me, so I'm not doing double duty trying to get everything ready for Saturday night. And send them in early, man. I mean, because we've been the last couple times we've had 80 plus images the last 2 times, which is, I love that. I mean, I think we end up gabbing till 12:30 a.m. When we have about 80 images. It's at least till 12:30 a.m., maybe 12:45 a.m. So the majority of the show is everybody's stuff, which is cool. And we still have 26 people here, which is great at this hour. I want to remind people that, and I'm always going to do this. I know you're tired of hearing this. If you found a widget that you like, you find a piece of gear that you like, feel free to put together a little, put together a little video. If you want to show something that you use that you like, makes your job easier for the genre in which you take photography in, or you want to do a little presentation on something, just send me an email, and I'll put my email up here. Just send me an email and say, hey Jeff, I got an idea for something, a topic on the show or whatever. I could do a demonstration on this or a demonstration on that, or I bought this real nice piece of gear. Here's why I like it. You can, tell people how much it costs, or what have you. And all that stuff is welcome to be done on this show, because this is a community panel. So you are all part of the community. So you have an opportunity to share the wealth, man, because we're this channel and Chuck's channel are only as good as the people that are in the chat. Okay, bottom line, the show is only as good as the folks we have in the chat, and we have great folks in the chat. We have great photo reviews, and we have knowledgeable and very nice people that are kind enough to join me on the panel every week and put up with my quick wit or boring stories or whatever. And they're polite enough not to pick on me until after the show, when we talk privately for a few minutes before we all go to bed. Then they can pick on me all they want. But really get involved with the show, man. Get involved with the show. Share information. We can share some pictures like we did tonight. We could share some pictures on other weeks that are not the photo review, but the big deal is going to be the first Saturday of every month. So there's my email, and I will do which I don't do this often because I don't beg for this, is send us a like, a comment, and if you wish to, subscribe. If you don't, that's okay too. But a thumbs up goes a long way, because it lets us know that the time that we're spending doing this makes us feel like we're not wasting our time and that people appreciate it. So give us a thumb up, make a comment after the fact, when the recording shows up in YouTube, and you can go in and leave a comment. And I'll ask the people that are on the panel, which I haven't done this before, is to check the comments yourself once in a while on the channel, because sometimes they're addressing a question to you guys, not to me. So go in there, and somebody might have a question, for any of us. So, check it every once in a while, see if somebody has a question for you, and be kind enough to answer. And that's it.
And I'll be back in a second here.
We
Somebody
appreciate.
wants to go out. Wait.
I'm going to put up. Let's see if I have any. Greg Wilson was in here for a little while. I'm going to put his channel name up here. Randall, send me your link. Put your link up here.
Okay.
And that way I could type it in, and then I could pop yours up as well. And we got Scuba Ozzy's channel. For those of you that want to check out Scuba Ozzy's stuff, work, which is exceptionally well done. Yeah, I'm gonna make a comment about that at the next photo review, because I want to get anybody that has a YouTube channel or share stuff on YouTube. I want to get a link to your channel, so that I can, maybe at the end of the show, I could put up everybody one at a time, put up everybody's links, so that people can see where you are, and then check out your channel and subscribe to your channel as well, because we're all part of the community. So
Yeah, if you just type in my name, it'll take it there. Because I'm the only one that has it.
But
Okay, let's see. I can do it this way too. All right.
but anyway, we appreciate the support, and for me anyway, the support is you folks showing up and participating and commenting. That's how you show the support for this channel.
Yeah.
But I really am pushing the sharing part. And when Roy is kicking butt again and can run up to the third floor of his home, and we will try to rope him into doing something on some of the gear that he has upstairs, because hey, you had Mr. Ishii, our friend John Ishii, doing videos with Mr. Wu, showing old stuff, and we have our own Mr. Wu here, and he's called Roy Bixby.
That's
So
right.
we can try, once Roy is able to run up those stairs again. We'll see if we can convince him to do.
I'll see what I can do.
We'll see if you could do some short segment on anything, whether it be a camera body, and talk about what you liked about it, using it in your profession, what you liked about it, what you didn't like about it, and any oddball accessories that you may have that go with it, and everybody get a kick out of it, because we. A lot of us like vintage cameras. I know. Well, obviously, I do. You have a ton. Randall, you've got quite a collection growing. Albert, Albert is, if he doesn't have something that's vintage, he just makes something up that doesn't exist anywhere. and, and so we have a little bit of everything, and Tim's saying we have Mr. Roo instead of Mr. Wu, we got Mr. Roo.
Close enough.
But close enough. So we got Peter Gregg is stopped in. Hello, Peter. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I think, like I said, this whether it's when Chuck's doing Chuck Talks, or when he did Chuck Talks, and hopefully he gets to a point where he comes back to do Chuck Talks again, and then me doing this in his stead. It is the audience here that makes the channel. There's no doubt about it. And as Scubarazzi says, is everybody's respectful. I mean, once in a while we slip up and we do a pinprick with us on a subject matter. We may stick the pin in a little bit, twist it a little bit, like acupuncture, but we don't take out the daggers and like Halloween or anything. Maybe it's an acupuncture point, and that's about it. And we do not worry about whether we're talking about something for the first time, or whether we're the first ones to bring it up, or any of that. We just have friendly conversation, and hopefully some informative pieces where people can get something out of the show and take something away from it every week and learn something. And Robert Varner saying he has a Kodak Fiesta camera. Well, it's just it's really I was going to show something, but I think I won't digress. But I think what's really cool with photography in general is just to see
Evolution.
just to see where it was in the 1800s and where it is now in really a relatively short period of time when you think about it, and the advancements that have been made and the changes that have occurred, and whoever thought that obviously Kodak never thought film photography would go away. Of course, many would argue now film photography hasn't gone, well, it hasn't really gone away, but it's obviously seriously diminished from its heyday, and to the point where Kodak was selling that. I don't know if you guys saw it or not. They were selling like a movie camera again, like an old style movie camera. And it was very, very expensive. I mean, there's no way it was worth it was like $5,000 or something. It was like a Super 8 type of, looked like a Super 8 movie camera, and yeah, and it had some an LCD screen on the back or something, and it had some modern day features on it or whatever, but it was really nowhere near worth what they were trying to sell it for. And then the ironic part of it was they didn't lots of these things, they don't develop the film. You got to send it to somebody else. It's like, so when you got a Kodak product and Kodak isn't even doing the film, I mean, that was their bread and butter back in the day. That's what they made their money on, their film. They didn't make their money on the cameras. They made their money. They gave away the cameras, and they made their money on you sending in rolls and rolls and rolls of film. So with a lot of these kids, younger kids, which is great, and they're interested in old film cameras and buying small film cameras. Yeah, Mozman's saying it's the 8mm special edition movie camera, same price as a Z9. Who the hell's gonna? Excuse me. Who in the heck's gonna buy that?
Not me.
Bleep. I gotta bleep myself. Bleep. Who the bleep's gonna buy that? But man, you do got people out there shooting film. I mean, you would think that they could open up a little, some developing tanks and some machines and turn around some film processing. I mean, I don't know. Why not? People are out there getting it done. What's that?
It's all changed.
Yeah.
Can't expect companies to do anything properly anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Somebody needed to really get out.
Yeah, and talking about the same camera, it looks like a toy and not worthy of its price tag. Yeah, it is just it's an insult to videographers everywhere.
Why would you shoot 8mm in these days anyway?
Well, I can name you a person that does.
Apart from him. Any sane person these days.
Any sane person. Oh, believe me, by the time you're all said and done with it's costing you $100 or more to get it developed and get it sent back to you. It's not cheap. It's not cheap.
I'd shoot film again if it's easier, cheaper.
But is any of you guys, Gustavo, Randall and Gustavo, you're probably obviously more of the traveling type than me or Roy are. Do you guys have any future photo related trips planned?
I have one.
I was thinking of going to the Missionary Trail. That it's located here in Barrett County, and take a lot of pictures of that. And I was thinking of doing one with black and white and one with color. So
Terry's taking off. Thanks for coming on, Terry. We appreciate it, and we're glad that you did not have any close encounters of the third kind on this show this evening, and you know what I'm talking about. So we're glad that it's been a calm night.
I think Chuck scared him off.
You know,
We'll sit
and,
Chuck on them next time.
Yeah.
and Terry's going now. Terry, when are you leaving? Like in the next week or so to Iceland? Very soon, I guess. I know you talked to David.
See, I thought he already went, but apparently he's probably going.
No,
This
no,
week.
he's going.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's going. Yeah, Scuba Ozzy's going for a week of scuba diving in the Mediterranean Sea. I need some new pictures for the photo reviews.
Exactly.
Terry's going on the 10th of July.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so that's coming up. So you got time to figure out what gear you want to bring with you anyway.
Yeah.
The fun part is figuring out how to pack.
Buy clothes there. Yeah.
Gustavo, where are you thinking of going?
Actually, I'm also probably going to Iceland, but I haven't figured out exactly the dates. Could coincide with some of those days, but it's and then also in July, I want to go to the mountains in Colorado. That's a good time for the high meadows to photograph some wildflowers. Right? So those are what so probably July, combination of things, but I need to the program for being Iceland. I know for Terry is there is no direct flight, so you have to plan stop in Chicago, and that makes that flight very long, right? But
Terry, hope you when you go, I hope you have a great time.
Now for Terry,
then you have to send pictures to the photo review when you get back.
Exactly. Exactly. So no, I got some travels in the making, in the planning phase, right? But definitely July, as the season closes here, correct? Then July is a good flower season in the high meadows, right? So Brandon knows that's the time when I can start going into Mount Seven, right? And then also remember end of July, the hummingbirds are coming. All right. So I need to be thinking about what I'm going to do this year on that one. So anyway, that's what's going on.
Yeah, I've been doing some. Well, for me, I'm not in the. Well, I'm not in a situation that makes it easy for me to travel for anywhere really kind of far away or for really any length of time. But I try to do day trips, and lately we've been doing a lot of those. I mean, with my friend Bob, and it's nice to have someone that can go with you, so you're sharing the adventure with somebody, and we went to the a naval museum, in the last month. We went to a naval museum. We went to just this Thursday, we went to the Audubon Center at Francis Beadler Forest in South Carolina. It was like
How far is that from you, Jeff?
It was like 2 hours and 40 minutes away.
Because that looks like a good place, but you need to, depending on the weather, you see different things, correct? Weather, animals, time of the year, season.
Yeah, it's hard to, when you're trying to do a day trip. I mean, this was probably the farthest I want to go on a day trip. I mean, 2.5 hours one way. You figure you're getting up early to get there, so the light is still pretty good, and you shoot for 3 hours or so, maybe 4 tops. Stop somewhere to eat on the way home, and you're leaving at 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning, and you're getting back at 5 in the afternoon or something like that. And believe me, I get back from those, and I'm pretty wiped out. And we did a lot of walking on Thursday. I mean, a lot of walking. And I got home. I was like, I haven't recovered from that. And then I've had other reasons why I haven't slept too well in the past couple of days. So definitely the tank is empty at this point. And but I got to plan day trips, and we'll do train museums, transportation museums. We've found a place where a farmer, a family that owns a farm, had a building with antique cars in it, and antique old tractors, old trucks, old cars, old everything, collectible items and cases and stuff like that. And we find kind of like odd places to go to, but we try to stay within that 2.5 hours or less one way. But I would like sometime to do maybe like a long weekend trip and go to do some different photography. North Carolina has a fair amount of waterfall activity in it, fair amount of waterfalls. I'd like to get some nice waterfall shots with ND filter on the camera and get some nice milky water.
So did you get any fall colors later on in the season, or no? Not where you live.
Not anything that's worth taking pictures of. It's all most of the stuff down here is palm trees and pine trees.
Mm.
Unless you go into North Carolina and you go into the mountains.
Okay.
But in we're around where I live within a reasonable drive. No, nothing good. That's where I miss being in Connecticut. I mean, you could go into New Hampshire, Vermont, get some wonderful fall foliage shots in Connecticut if you time it right and the weather was right. You could get some beautiful fall foliage shots in Connecticut too. But nothing here, so I miss that. That's about it. Someday, I have in my back of my mind some bucket list things that I'd like to do, but my wife's going to be retiring in February. February 1st is going to be her last day, and that'll be interesting to see what we decide to do from that point on. I mean, she likes it down here. I mean, we live where there's enough activities between beaches and our activity center here where we live, and we have shows here and a lot of things to do in the Myrtle Beach area. So I mean, we live where she wanted to. We both wanted to retire. Unfortunately, it's just getting so crowded down here now, and some of the building is. I think Myrtle Beach is like. I don't want to say for sure it's the number one fastest growing area in the United States, but if it's not number one, I know it's in the top 3. I mean, it's just gangbusters in terms of housing activity and chopping trees down everywhere and stuff like that. So, but there's plenty to do. So we'll see what we're gonna do. And yeah, Scuba Ozzy, stop buying lenses, save the money, and come to visit every one of us. Yeah. Well, someday it would be cool to have an organized trip where maybe some people that are in the chat would all find a common place where everybody wants to go and go somewhere. That would be kind of cool. But
Australia's nice.
Yeah, I know someone that lives in Australia that has a big house on a real tall hill.
Yeah,
and
look
could
right
rent
next to it.
and could rent out
at the bottom of my driveway.
and could rent out equipment real cheap.
Mm.
Right? We wonder who that might be.
They'd be welcome.
So Kubaras, you're going to investigate. I think there is a delay start for the auto capture, but this kind of delay, you can program a delay, but I don't think you can do it recurrent. So maybe there is another way to do that. But let me investigate a little bit. You may have to use a more conventional camera trap type of situation. Then you can then it will work, correct? Because it's a regular camera trap.
The Jim's in here. Oops, excuse me, just dropped my remote. I gotta turn my fan speed up. You can't see the fan, but it's getting warm in here. I gotta turn up the fan speed. Jim's in here now. Yeah, Jim, I talked to Tim one time, and I found it very interesting a while back when you showed some pictures of basically a deserted town in California where, you had saloons and, like from the Wild Wild West days or the Gold Rush days or whatever. I mean, I know Tim remembers the name of it. I don't remember the name of it, but
a ghost town.
I'd like to get pictures of a place like that. I would love to do that. That's something different. Take pictures of a ghost town. Basically, I'd like that. That would be neat.
Okay.
What was the name of it, Randall? Did you?
They have
to put it there. Baldy Ghost Town.
And also, Mount Evans is not Mount Evans anymore. It's Mount Rosalie.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, but Kubarasi wants to do it with that's a little bit tricky. What he wants to do. Okay, I will look, Kubarasi. I will look because I can tell you the system that I have for camera trapping. But I think you need to put the trigger closer to where the nest that he wants to photograph. Anyway, so let me think, Kubarasi.
But yeah, there's the one thing would be neat too was I would love to see a lot of the national parks. I would love to find an affordable 2-person camper and go camping and go to the national parks. I'd love to do that.
I've got one at the bottom of my driveway and I can't get to it. It's terrible.
Oh, you have a national park, right? Right
Yeah.
Next door to you.
Absolutely within feet.
You will, Roy. You will.
I know. I'm very impatient though, and stubborn.
Well, how are you? Are you? Well, I'm sure you're not happy with your speed of recovery in terms of the going up and down the stairs. But are you seeing?
No, I'll get there.
You seeing improvement?
Some, not enough.
Not enough.
I worked out I can probably get up there, but I don't know I'm going to get down again.
Well, you got. That's when you got to have somebody put a slide in at the top.
Yeah.
You sit on an old potato sack or something and slide down it like amusement park.
I could live with that.
Otherwise, Roy, you have to take your little car that you have now and run it into the park.
Mm. It's all got these big bars across the front of the park, so you can't take vehicles there.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Well, we had a South Carolina, an 83-year-old South Carolina woman, unfortunately made the infamous Tourons of Yellowstone category by getting thrown into the air by a bison, getting too close, and it gored her and threw her up in the air. And I mean, I haven't heard any more about her on the news, but at the time it happened, she was in serious condition. But I just don't get these tourists that think that wild animals, and it could even, it doesn't matter whether it's large animals or small or snakes or spiders or whatever. You don't
mess with them.
Don't treat them all like they're you got them from that they're your pet, that everything is your pet, because they're not. They're wild animals, and I don't get it. Just to have a picture of yourself standing next to a bison, you're willing to put your life at risk, is so foolish.
That's what Photoshop's for.
Yeah, Yep, take a picture of yourself in the general area, take a picture of the bison, do a couple layers, and make it look like you're next to the bison, and call it a day. And you get to live to see another day that way.
No, it's no, but definitely there's a lot of opportunities, but yeah, I think the ideal, Jeff, is like you do is like local trips, correct? Once a week, photograph out of your own neighborhood as much as you can, and then do one larger trip every other month or something like that, correct? That would be an ideal situation.
Yeah. Like I'm trying to think of where I mentioned.
The other thing
my wife said, oh, when I retire, I'd like to go to North Carolina and see the waterfalls.
Exactly.
So providing that the walking isn't too difficult, she'd be, I'd have to find out about that, because she's not super steady on her feet, because she's got neuropathy in her feet. So, I mean, she could walk if it's a good trail, she could walk it, but if it's like walking over rocks and stuff like that, it wouldn't work out too well. So a lot of that stuff I'd have to find out about ahead of time.
Arm in arm.
What's that?
Have to walk arm in arm.
Yeah.
I'm going to try this in September. That's in September. Going to see if I can get September here in Colorado. Obviously, is the rot, correct? So I typically try to do a couple of days to see the rot, and also my wife wants to go again and look, now that we have gone once, to see the tarantulas again. So the tarantula migration, and that's also.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Because I think I want that. Remember that wide angle,
the ground level shot that you took.
Exactly. So that was the learning shot. So I want to do another one of those again.
Now, when you went to Texas, were you close to where Randall lives when you went to the?
He went to Houston and then went.
No, I landed in San Antonio.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh.
But I had to drive south, like, what is it, to the like about 3 hours, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So I landed in the evening and drove to the hotel in the south. So I was about 3.5 hours from where Randall is. But Randall, are you still coming to Colorado Springs to visit your family or not?
Yeah, I'm still waiting a word from my sister saying, well, when's this going to happen? She says, I'm not ready yet.
Exactly. So you let me know, because Colorado Springs, there is there is Garden of the Gods, and that's so pretty.
Yes, Red Rocks, Garden of Gods. There's the sand dunes that I want to look at, and then of course Pikes Peak.
Yeah. Now the Great Sand Dunes, that is pretty, but that's that's not a day trip for me, and you need to stay there, right? Because That's about 7 hours from my house. But Garden of the Gods, I go and shoot with you there, correct? Because that's only like an hour and a half from where I am, correct?
Yeah.
And that's always spectacular.
So let's see. I remember the first time I saw Bruce Springsteen in Red Rock Amphitheater.
Yes.
So,
Oh no! Every time that I have visitors, I take them there. Correct?
yeah.
Such a spectacular place. But I like Roxborough better
Okay.
for photography, wildlife, and all that. Roxborough is nice. You know that park, correct? It's a state park. It's
Have you been to Estes Park?
Huh?
Have you been to Estes Park?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. So the only one I haven't been to is like past Vail. I haven't been that part to Colorado ever.
Oh, okay.
And I want to do some traveling there. And let's see. I might go all the way to Salt Lake City. So I don't know. It's all waiting on my darn sister.
Well.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's an opportunity there, Randall, and of course, the things depending on the season, correct? If you come in July or you come in September, you will see different things, correct? You live here, correct? So you know.
Well, yeah. You see, I can go on a dime. All right. It's just waiting for my come. I can leave like tomorrow.
Exactly.
I can pack everything up real quick. My neighbor will watch the pets. So, yeah. Well, I'm retired now, so.
Exactly.
That's right.
I'm communicating with the guy in Georgia, and we both have Leicas, and we're sharing information. So we might get together there too. So I don't know. I'm meeting a lot of people now on YouTube that I met through the channel or their channel, and we're communicating.
Exactly.
I still haven't gotten a passport yet, so I can't go anywhere outside the country. But
come on, you work in the post office. That's why you get your passport.
Yeah. But nowadays I don't even think it's safe to enter. So.
It depends. It depends.
Yeah, it's definitely traveling to certain places is a no-no nowadays for some places anyway. It's safer if you go in a group or you end up meeting up with a small group of people or something, if that's possible. We only got 8 minutes left before we're going to call it the end of the show here. And for those that came in late, we did talk a little bit on the Z6 III. Chuck was here when the show started, which was fantastic. And we actually got him to stay here a good, 30 minutes, 40 minutes later than his scheduled night nap time. So by the time he left, he was tuckered out. So he was here for a bit. And obviously we've got the formal Nikon announcement early next week on the Z6 III that I'm sure every one of us will be watching. We're catching up on. And then we will, when we actually have the real specs, then we will start off next week's show talking about the Z6 III again, because now we'll be talking the real deal instead of talking about an imaginary friend that we think we know what it's going to be. And that's really when you really could have fun talking about something, because it's fact and not fiction. Roy, if it does not have a second USB port, are you still going to think about buying one, or are you going to go with
I'll think about it, but consider the ZF more.
More ice cream, Roy, if that's what you're going to do.
It doesn't have a second port. Yeah, they haven't said it.
I will be asked.
Yeah. Yeah, because somebody who's had it, used it.
Couple.
Yeah.
Did he recommend it or not?
Yes, they quite like it. But I'm not allowed to
Okay.
say that. I didn't say that. By the way, I think
Okay.
Grays have got
Okay.
one as well.
Did they now how long a period of time have they been able to fool around with one?
A few
Have they
weeks.
had it? Pardon?
Weeks.
Weeks. That's good. That's good.
You
So
can
I'm
form
like
an impression.
Like I said, we all know there's going to be 50 videos that'll be out by 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock a.m. And they're all going to say they were first. They were first. But
it's different how Nikon does it. Panasonic had a press event. Sony has press events. Nikon's always under wrap. So they could have had everybody out there. They just kept quiet because of NDA. So
that's a big pain of them.
Yeah. So, it'll be interesting to see, what it is. And like I said, a big thing with me, the only thing that's going to tantalize me into a future purchase of it possibly would be if it has a 33 megapixel sensor. If it's 24, I got the ZF and I'm good with that and I won't bother. And then I'll just eventually get either a Z8 or a
or something
what do you call
better.
it, a reconditioned Z9. But we'll see.
If I was working still at 2Z9s.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about familiarity, and having it where when you have your thing set up, you could just take your setup and copy it into the same camera, and you do one firmware update, you do the same thing on the other one, and it just makes life so much easier. I mean, when you have
faster
things, and faster. Things get more complicated when you're even more so when you have multiple brands. That makes it harder because you have to fool around with them enough where you're not relearning the menu system every time you go to use it. Randall, you know all about that. You have a lot of different brands of cameras, and that's got to be
and then I forget the settings. And if I
headache.
haven't done the camera, I have to retrain myself.
Yeah. So it's
locally, Randa, you have your system separated, one bag with all the accessories,
Yes,
and then another camera with another batch of accessories. Otherwise,
and I got them labeled now, so I know which bag is which. So
exactly,
that's the important thing.
Exactly. So Jeff, so what would be your strategy with regard to the C6 watching? You watch the commentary from the channels or the YouTube, or you wait?
I'm not gonna watch the pregame shows.
Exactly.
I have no interest in watching the pregame shows. I will watch the Nikon announcement,
the official one,
the official Nikon announcement. I'll take some notes, and then I will go to certain channels that I respect, the content creators, and I will probably only watch maybe I say only maybe 3 or 4 different spins from other content creators, and that's going to be about it. I'm not going to watch every single one that comes out because they're going to be pretty much the same. There's not going to be a lot of difference between one and the other. But hopefully, I want to hear from the ones that had it and used it for, like Roy says, if you got the chance to use it for a couple weeks or longer, those are the people I want to hear the information from. Not someone that had it for half a day or one day. I want to hear it from those that had it for quite a while and got to really run it through its paces.
Well, I bet Matt has had it also. So
I'm sure Matt Irwin's had it. I'm sure
Ricky, of course,
he wouldn't admit it.
Hudson Henry, possibly Steve Perry, definitely.
Yes.
Steve
Ricky.
Perry, definitely. So, I mean, I'll watch Matt. I'll watch Steve Perry. Richie will probably do a video on it. Watch Richie. If Grace had it, if they do a video, I'll watch theirs. Just kind of get a feeling and see if because you do get disagreement. You'll have someone that says they love some feature on it, and somebody else will say it's gimmicky, it's not that good, it has problems, whatever. So I want to get a feel for the hands-on folks, So we'll see how that works out. But it's not gonna be an all-day affair for me. It's gonna be, I'll probably be on YouTube till lunchtime, and then I'll be recovering.
Nikon Rumors usually put out all the stats when the NDA is over with. So they go like, well, we thought it was this, but it was actually this. So if you just want to look at the stats, that's where I would go.
Yeah.
Stats are pretty bland, though. They don't tell you much.
Yeah.
You've got to handle the camera for a while.
Well, it's either that or the Nikon website. So,
I mean, the nice thing is
B&H should have it. I don't know about Adorama. They're usually get things wrong. Well, B&H has gotten things wrong too, but yeah.
Here's a comment from Jimbo, and that's a true statement. But having used other brands, I could tell you I'm gonna spend that much time on any brand camera that I buy if I've never had it before. And whether you own a Canon or a Fuji or a Nikon, it doesn't matter. It's like if you stay within the brand and you if you stay within the brand, typically the menu systems from model to model are not excruciatingly different, and button layout may have a few buttons that get moved or a button that gets taken away or not as many function buttons or something like that. But at least in terms of the menu system, there's a certain amount of familiarity when you stick with a given brand of camera, and it does make it a lot easier for you if you switch from one body size to another. You're not really relearning the menu system too much. You could set them up somewhat the same. It's not too horrible, but like with Randall, he's got a lot of different brands. And when I had my Panasonic, when I wanted to use it, I had to read half the manual over again because I didn't remember where anything was because I just didn't use it very often. And okay, he's asking how accurate Nikon Rumors has been about predicting.
Pretty inaccurate.
They've
They're all
been
over the place.
Yeah, it's what would you say, like 70%?
Well, Sony's been more accurate. The guy that does Sony is more accurate than Nikon Rumors. So
yeah, it's that's why we talk about it, we theorize about it, we talk about what we'd like to see in a camera, but I don't, and I will report what others who supposedly do this for a living talk about it, and I'll say this is from this guy, this is from that guy, but I don't do that kind of digging. I mean, it's not my forte. It's not that's not what the channel's all about. But I will dive into anything head first once it's released and we know what's real. Then that's when I get serious, when I know what's real, not when I think I know what's real.
I get more excited with the new lens.
Yeah.
It'll
be interesting. Yeah, Roy, one thing will be interesting is to see if a new lens comes out with it.
35 f1.2.
Yeah, I hope it's better than the 1.8 version.
Yeah. But we're at 2:03 a.m., folks, and we normally are pretty prompt about ending at 2 o'clock so that some of us can get 4 hours sleep before we're up again. For those of us that have pets, that's about all we're going to get anyway before the pets say, hey, I want you to play with me or I need you to take me out. So we are going to call it a night, and we will reconvene next Saturday, and we will start the conversation with what we have heard about the new Z6 III, and then, like I said earlier, I mean, I'm actually looking forward from a technical standpoint to see in July what the R5 II is going to be about, and we'll talk about that camera when it gets announced, and we have hard information about that camera as well, because that's going to be a serious competitor to the Z9, I'm sure, and the A1. The R1 so far, with the kind of loosey-goosey conversation around that, I think that's going to be more of a non-global shutter, but very high frames per second camera that is going to tie in more with a A9 III competitor. I don't consider it what they were calling it so far as the master of everything. I think if you want to throw that title on a camera, maybe you can throw that on the R5 II, but we'll see what the specs are on that when it really comes out. I'll be looking at that with some keen interest, because I'm a techie geek to a certain point anyway. So stay tuned for fun and excitement next Saturday to talk about the real deal instead of the make-believe deal. And I say good night to all of you, and thank you for visiting us, and thank you everybody on the panel. I'll let you guys say your goodbyes and closing comments, and we will call it a night.
See you guys.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Take care, folks. Thanks a lot. Give us a like, man, and comment when the recording is done, and you can go in, make